excited. How's everybody doing tonight? Appreciate you coming. Tonight we have a special guest. I'm going to introduce my friend Tia and Sabimana, and she is in kindergarten, and she goes to Sequoia School. Her parents are Gerard and Alina and Sabimana, and so she's going to call our meeting to order for us. And so Tia, if you'll talk real loud, sit right up there close and tell everybody I called this meeting to order.
Call this meeting to order.
And give it a smack. Good job. Gerard, you can come right over here. Get a picture with him. Very good. You can come right over here and take your photo. Can you hold it back? We will call the roll.
Matthews.
Here.
Ingalls.
Here.
Holt.
Here.
Rutherford. Seahorn. Richter.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we're going to do invocation, and Pastor Gerard and Sabimana is going to do that for us. So this is Tia's dad.
Let's pause for a moment of prayer. Dear God, we come before you with humble hearts, thankful for the safety and the peace we enjoy in this community of Shawnee, while other parts of the world are in turmoil. God, we pray for peace not only for this city, but for the whole world. We come before you asking for your blessings so that you can indeed guide our mayor, our city commissioners, all our city employees, and everyone who is a part of this community of Shawnee. God, we pray that you bless this meeting so that good decisions are made for the well-being of all who are part of this city. God, we pray that you bless us tonight, whether we are in this room or online, and we humbly ask all this in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. So Gerard is pastor at Wesley United Methodist Church. We appreciate him taking time to come tonight and bring Tia to gavel us in. So if you'll join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item 1, we have a recognition of Ann Davis's contributions to the Shawnee community. As most of you know, Ms. Davis passed away recently. So I believe Trey Davis, her son, is here. And I will meet you right up front, Trey.
My brother Ryan. My brother Ryan. He's in there.
Nice to meet you. Absolutely. You can have all of these. And if we get a bunch, we'll just spread out both sides. And there's more room down there. Maybe not. We're spread out pretty good. Appreciate you guys coming tonight. City manager has been kind enough to put together some of the facts about your mom, because she's done so much here in the community, so we wanted to recognize her. The City of Shawnee extends to Mrs. Ann Davis our personal thanks and sincere appreciation for all of her contributions to our community. And she agrees. And she, definitely. This Miss Davis' death on September 7, 2023, Shawnee sadly lost one of its greatest advocates. Miss Davis moved to Shawnee in 1955 when she married Mr. Arnold Davis. Since then, her leadership with multiple Shawnee organizations made a lasting impact. Mrs. Davis has demonstrated a spirit of selflessness and caring that we all aspire to achieve. And the city of Shawnee is deeply appreciative of the many contributions Mrs. Davis made throughout the years. Please allow me to name a few. Mrs. Davis was instrumental in the creation of Faith 7 School, Dana's Garden, and Celebration of Life Park. She shared her passion for Christmas and the love of her community with the lighted snowflakes that were on display for many years on Main Street. Ms. Davis also raised money and volunteered her time for numerous causes and groups within our community, including the Shawnee Little Theater, the Youth Aviation Day event, the OK State Centennial Celebration, America's Bicentennial Celebration in 1976, Hats Off to Women's Health, the Downtown Shawnee Jazz and Desserts Night on Main Street, and many church events. She served as an ambassador and home host for the Shawnee Sister Cities organization, and for many years organized the annual Sister Cities International Dinner and Kite Festival to raise the funds necessary to send a delegation of Shawnee area 8th grade students to Nikaho, Japan. Mrs. Ann Davis and her husband Arnold were also big supporters of the Shawnee Wolves football team and maintained season tickets for years, even after they no longer had children in the Shawnee public school system. She owned Ann and You for 13 years. In 1996, in light of the volunteer work that Mrs. Davis had done, she was selected to carry the Olympic frame as the torch passed through Oklahoma. Very cool honor. Mrs. Ann Davis loved her community, and we're all grateful for her and all she has done for Shawnee. Therefore, on the 16th day of October 2023, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and on behalf of the city of Shawnee, I do hereby tender this certificate of appreciation to Mrs. Ann Davis, and I extend the city's gratitude to the Davis family. And I want to get this open if I can and show you a certificate of appreciation presented to Ann Davis the 16th day of October 2023 on behalf of the city of Shawnee for her selfless and caring service to Shawnee, including her inspiring leadership in many community organizations since 1955. Very, very cool. And a big thank you to your family and everything that your mayor and mom did. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming tonight. And it was good hearing from you. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Good seeing you. We got to scoot out. Back to the important part. The important part. Thank you very much. Okay, item 2 is citizen participation. I think I've got one more name coming. Alrighty. And we will do this like always. So 3 minutes per person, 12 minutes on a topic, 24 minutes total. So first I've got Jennifer Gaskill. How are you tonight?
I'm speaking tonight on item 14 regarding changes to the dog kennel ordinance. My husband and I are self-employed contractors who use Rover platform to provide in-home dog boarding services while pet owners are on vacation. Our approach provides an alternative to conventional kennels and veterinary facilities where dogs are often confined or kept in cages with limited playtime. Instead, we treat these dogs as part of our family, affording them the similar freedoms as our own pets. Currently, there are over a dozen other individuals in Shawnee who provide the same service. We've dedicated substantial time and resources to making our 5-acre property secure for dogs in our care. This includes extending our perimeter fence to prevent anyone from escaping, dividing the yard into separate sections, and installing security cameras for continuous monitoring. Indoors, we have arranged 2 dedicated dog rooms and climate-controlled garage exclusively for our canine guests. Our aim is to guarantee the safety and well-being of the dogs entrusted to us. Shortly after our move, animal control officers visited, responding to an anonymous neighbor who reported potential dog breeding. I explained our business, answered their questions, and received what seemed to be a positive response. No mention of licensing or city ordinance was made, leading us to believe everything was in order. Later that summer, we decided to verify our status. I contacted Animal Control, Code Enforcement, City Hall, and City Planning. Each entity indicated that given our property's agricultural zoning and are not meeting the definition of a traditional kennel, a kennel license was not necessary. They agreed to set up a meeting to discuss our situation. I periodically followed up several months to check the status of this meeting. Eventually, I learned that Animal Control had a new manager who had been briefed on our situation, but that meeting had never occurred. I was informed that if they needed further information, they would contact me, otherwise we could consider this matter resolved. On June 26th of this year, 2 animal control officers returned to our property, asserting that we were running our business without the necessary kennel license, despite their prior assurance that we did not fit the definition of a kennel facility. When asked about the steps we needed to take, the officers provided minimal guidance. According to the current kennel ordinance, it appears that we would need to transform our business model to align with traditional facilities rather than providing dogs with the home-like environment, which research suggests is more beneficial for some animals. I would like to request that you do not approve the proposed changes to the current kennel licensing. Instead, I urge you to consider amending the policy to include individuals like myself who provide in-home boarding services. I understand that animal control's primary concern is the welfare of all animals within the city. I, along with other sitters, would be willing to collaborate with them to revise policies which allow pet owners the choice of care for their beloved animals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Keith Amos. How are you, sir?
I'm here to kind of address Article 13 here. I just want to understand that we open this meeting up with a prayer. And in that prayer, he says that he wants to be beneficial for the people, for all people of Shawnee. And some of these people don't have a voice. And some of these people just want to be fed. I do feed them. And I supposedly I feed them in a wrong position. But they don't have a way to make it down to the resource center. They can't march a half a mile to get their breakfast just to march back to where they're at. So all I'm asking is just why are we making it so hard to show love to somebody that desperately needs it? These are human beings. The trash is not collected, but yet they're blamed for the trash pileup. Their trash cans are taken away, but still they're still blamed for the trash pileup. Their bathrooms are taken away, and they have to do their stuff, and they're held accountable to that. All I'm saying is, why are we making it hard to love somebody that needs it? Yeah, and I see y'all have fruits and beverages and everything coming in here. Luckily, I ate before I came here. But to somebody, that would be a smorgasbord over there. And I appreciate y'all for doing that. All I'm saying is, why can't we do it to them, the people that need it? Why do we have to have a certain designated place to feed somebody that needs something, to hug somebody that needs somebody? These people are not even, they are overlooked. I have talked to them. They have been attacked with pellet guns. They have been attacked with paintball guns. A couple of them has been cold at night, and they've been water ballooned. So I'm just saying, I'm just asking for just a little bit of love from y'all. Yeah, y'all are here to help us. Y'all are here to serve us. I respect y'all. I respect your outlook on this, but these are people too. There's more ordinances on dogs and kennels versus there is on a human being. I'm just asking, I'm trying to tug at your heart right now and let us feed these people that need to be fed. Let us lift these people up. I have personally been confronted out there feeding these people. And I'm telling you right now that I was plucked from this. I was plucked from these people. I lived in exactly spot they were put at. And I was hungry. I went without food. I went without clothes, shelter. And I've had complete strangers come up and tell me that they love me. And that means more to me than anything in my life. And I will continue to cherish those moments.
It's 3 minutes, Mr. Ames.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Troy Cook. How are you, sir?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Troy Cook. In regards to Article 13 on feeding the homeless, as it was said with the unhoused, homeless, not having a place to have shelter beds, etc., etc. Now, we have the Homeless Resource Center designated for feeding. There is no need to be downtown to feed people. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Molly Daniels. How are you?
I'm doing good. What he said was true. I don't understand people. The people out there is just like everyone in here. And I got y'all's gripe about people on the streets. If we work together and stop griping, you can't feed the people out there. They're hungry, they're starving. They need to go to doctors. Before I did, okay, I'm not trying to say, but I did took one, okay? Before they can go see the doctors, ID, birth certificate, what's the other one? But did Jesus take the stripes for us? That is the love. Okay. Can Jesus take stripes for us? That is love for us. We shall love all people just like Jesus. But this town don't do that. They don't. They were the one stopped and said something to me. I didn't care. Then people need love just like everyone in here. And that's the way Jesus sees it. And I better hurry and say this. Laughing at the poor people is laughing, it's like laughing at God, who made them. God made them just like us. Okay, if you laugh laugh after troubles. You will not go unpunished for it. You will get punished. And another thing, you plant the seed.
3 minutes.
Your time
Okay.
is up. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No, you did just fine. Thank you very much. Next, we have Rhonda Bull. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm here to beg help for the city to step in and try to help some of the residents here, and also with SPAR. Everybody I speak with is overrun with abandoned, abused, dumped, starving, sick animals. And at this point, there's no help. We have no recourse, we have nothing. I know of me, I'm feeding 15 cats at this point. I know people that have seen on Nextdoor, they're feeding 30 cats a day. I've heard of people that are going around and feeding at least 100 cats and dogs a day. There's no help with the abused animals that are sick and needy. We have no rescues that we can turn to. If we have 9 puppies dumped in our yard, we have nowhere to go, nobody to turn to. There's no rescue. There's no animal control. There's no one. There's not an animal clinic here that will help. And so the city would be great if they could offer some no charge to people who own these animals that are letting them just breed and breed and breed and breed. Like I have in my neighborhood, we've had people attacked in our neighborhood by the dogs, horrible bruising and biting. I've seen dogs mauled to death, little dogs by big dogs. We've got sick cats around that I'm feeding and that I'm trying to doctor. We have feral ones I can't get my hands on to help. So I think if we looked out, if anybody out here has a problem with feral cats, raise your hands, because we're overrun with them. SPAR is a great organization. They're just broke. And everybody's in a financial situation. If we could help SPAR do some spay and neutering for people that own the cats, that can't afford to get their animals done. And as we go into harder economic times, there's going to be more dogs dumped, more cats dumped. And by the time we can get an animal control new one in place, we're going to have thousands more in this city. And it's horrendous to watch cats starve. It's horrendous to see them injured and mauled to death. And even our residents, we have beautiful sidewalks, places to go, but people are scared to walk it because of the dogs that we have running loose in our city. I've had incidents in my neighborhood, like I said, a dog being mauled to death, a small little thing, and it was horrendous. And so there's too many nights that I go to bed and want to cry, and too many nights my heart's heavy because we have no recourse at all. We have no one
Ms.
to
Bull,
turn to.
Your time is up. Thank you so
All right,
much.
Thank you.
So next, we have Jennifer McClendon. How are you, ma'am?
Just fine, thank you. Thank y'all for having me. And I just want to say, as in the Pledge of Allegiance, this is the home of the free. And I have tried to give water to the homeless. It's 100 degrees, maybe a cookie or a snack. I actually was stopped by the police, and that's all I had was a cookie and some ice. And we are supposed to help the poor and the weak. We've had it since day one. We're going to continue to have it. And those people can't walk to the resource center. That's too far. They have stuff. they won't have it when they get back, whether it's removed by the city or someone else. But there's just concrete down there. So I don't see the harm in handing somebody a cookie or a bottle of water. And, the park's supposed to be a public place. So that's what I came to say, that you should love your neighbor as yourself.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
y'all.
Okay, next we have Amanda Johnson. There she is. How are you doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Amanda Johnson. I work for First United Bank here in Shawnee. I'm a citizen of Shawnee, specifically downtown. I serve on the city's planning commission, and I contribute through other boards and committees in this community. This evening, I'm here to address my passion for serving on the Potawatomi Go Built Environment Committee. I have chosen to dedicate my time to this committee because I want to leave Shawnee better than I found it. I was born in Shawnee and chose to come back to go to OBU, but also made the decision to build my life here. I love this community, but I want to play a part in the future of Shawnee by bringing positive, well-thought-out strategy and conversation to the table as we look at what Shawnee will look like for the future generations. Built environment shapes our experiences, influences our behaviors, and ultimately defines the character of our community. Potawatomi County is blessed with a rich history and vibrant communities, and it is essential that we take deliberate steps to enhance the quality of our built environment. I hope that many more young professionals will follow suit and build their lives here as well. This evening, I just wanted to highlight some of the work we are doing through Built Environment Committee. First United and Bank First partnered together to do 2 arterial street walkability audits. Both were in partnership with city leadership and ODOT, as well as community members that represent various sectors of our community. Walking audits provide a powerful tool for understanding the intricacies of our neighborhoods and public spaces by encouraging community leaders, experts, and local authorities to walk our streets, parks, and public areas. We gain firsthand insights into the strengths and weaknesses of our built environment. This collaborative approach allows us to identify areas for improvement and envision transformative projects that cater to the needs and goals of our residents. During our audit of Kickapoo Street last week, we had the opportunity to chat with a gentleman that rides his bike from Farrell Street to Walmart for work. The new sidewalks on Kickapoo Street provide him and so many others safer access to get to and from work. Thank you for your support of creating safe access for all from one end of our community to the other. I'm excited to see the continuation of the sidewalk plan come to life. If you want to join a walkability audit, we want to invite you to join the mayor's upcoming Safe Safari walking audit on November the 18th. This audit will highlight getting from one end of town to the other safely on sidewalks. Thank you for all that you guys do.
Thank you very much. Next up, it looks like we have Mr. Fred Turner. How are you this evening?
Fine, fine. Good evening. How are y'all doing?
Doing good.
Oh, we have a new thing now. That's good. Well, there's several things I wanted to talk about, but we have quite a few people here, but I guess it's the first thing on the agenda that there's, and not, and this isn't any big order, but number 18 is discussion of the city's giving away some more land. And I don't understand that. We always hear the city doesn't have any money. You gave away 9 acres in March that was never appraised. So how did you know what you gave away? And there's 3 lots over here, and it's 1320 East Fay, 1316 East Fay, and 1231 Sherry Lane. These are all open lots. I drove by them. They're all being maintained well. I don't know who buy it. Does the city do it, or do the owners next to it? I think these lots need to be put out for bid. The city doesn't have to give away the land. And this is a county Democrat. This is where you get your legal notices, most of them. Okay, there's about 8 different parcels in here that the Potawatomi County owns excess land, and they put all of it out for bid. And so I don't understand why we give this land away. It needs to be put out, and whoever wants it gets it. That's the reason you do that, so the public doesn't think there's shenanigans going on with public nonprofits. That's why you put them out for bid. It hurts your credibility. The second is a little bit confusing because this is the city budget. Everybody see this, or balance sheet, or whatever it is. And of course, it's not like regular balance sheets. It's made to confuse you. You have to know about public finance issues, but there's 2 real important things. There's $23 million that hasn't been spent at the end of the year. This money can be used for other things. It can be allocated. This is a proposed, revised, proposed budget summary. So there, you could use some of the money to help the homeless. There's only about 20 people down there I saw last night and this morning that were homeless on the streets. 20 people and $23 million. Also, there's another item on here, public fund, capital improvements, $13 million. Well, what the heck is that for? And that can be changed, and you have a budget that says, well, we're going to use it for this, we're going to use it for that. Well, as we know, we've had a lot of talk about the $6 billion that was given to Iran. Money is fungible. You can transfer this money from these capital improvements to another project.
Mr. Turner, your time is up, but
Thank
thank
you
you very much. Let's see. Next up, we have Stephen Jostin. Did I come close? Thank you. How are you this evening?
I was here last month talking about a dog in our neighborhood that's a large black one, and he's been causing a lot of issues. He killed a neighbor's cat. Another neighbor's wife was out walking her dog, and he came up and she put it in her arms, and he was snapping within inches of her. And he's been stalking me, and I've got videos of that. We got the animal control out there, and they saw the dog, and there were 3 of us there, 3 homeowners saying, you gotta get this dog, and they wouldn't. And they said they couldn't because they can't use videos, and they don't have a room at the animal shelter. They're full, and it's a no-kill facility, and so good luck. We've got all these ordinances about what we're supposed to do with animals and dogs that are vicious, or certainly potential, and we're not doing anything about it. And both the police, when I talked to them, just an officer, and animal control said that the city attorney says that we can't use videos to prove anything or to do anything. And you see it on TV all the time. There's people that they, convict them of murder because they got videos, and we can't stop a mean dog because we can't use videos. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I found where I thought the dog was, and I went and talked to them, and it turns out they hate the dog too, because he comes over and barks in the middle of the night to get their dogs to jump the fence to come with him, because I've seen him with 2 other dogs from that house, and so he's getting a pack going, and the packs are even worse. I guess who's supposed to enforce the city ordinances if the city doesn't do it? I mean, do you want me to do it? Or I don't know where this dog lives, and so I guess it's my job to go find the dog. I've been told by animal control I can go to municipal court. I don't know who to take to municipal court because I don't know where the dog's at, but he shows up a lot, I mean. And so last Thursday, I went to the police station, and I said, I'll go talk to them. And I was told, well, a supervisor will call me back, and nobody ever called me back. So that didn't work. So I guess the things that I plan to do next is I'll meet with the city manager and the city attorney, because I really would like to know why we can't use videos, and then see if I can find where the dog lives, and I'll go door to door and find that out. And I just hope in the meantime that somebody doesn't get injured by this dog, because it's not good. And if you'd make an agenda item for this so you guys could discuss it, I think that would be an appropriate step.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
point of order. It's my understanding we have multiple speakers left.
I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more.
We're presently at 22 minutes and 15 seconds
Okay.
of 24 total minutes.
Yes,
of
sir.
Public comment time.
Okay?
In addition, with regard to item 13, we're at 10 minutes and 52 seconds of discussion of a total of 12 possible.
Okay.
In order to exceed the 24 minutes, it would take a motion from the commission to extend the public comment time.
Right.
Otherwise, the next speaker is very likely to exhaust their time.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we extend by 12 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to extend by 12 minutes. And I see Lisa over there scrambling to. Yes, Daniel and Cammy. Would it be easier just to do
Mayor, did you have an option to vote?
I did not see one.
Okay, I'll just take your verbal.
Yes, yes. Motion passes 4-0, so we'll extend another 12 minutes. Now that would be total time and doesn't impact the one issue that we were.
Correct.
I don't know
Item
how that
13
impacts
regarding
that.
the ordinance on feeding operations, there is a minute and 8 seconds of comment time
Okay,
available.
very good. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Joshua, I'm going to say it wrong, Frew? Did I say that right? Okay. How are you tonight?
I'm doing quite well, sir. Yourself?
Doing okay.
All right. My name is Joshua Michael Froof. I am living as a Shawnee resident at 20 East 9th Street, the Alderidge, if you know it. This will be considered, I believe, Article 13 in the paper before me, concerning the homeless community. I feel like some people may benefit from my experience as being homeless in Virginia for years. And I don't really understand why a infrastructure for the homeless hasn't really been built here in Shawnee. I understand there's lots of people who don't want to deal with it because it's a very nasty situation to deal with. However, while I was homeless, I was also volunteering at the day shelter, Micah Ecumenical Ministries, and it took me about 1.5 years to get off the streets. And I have seen, I count myself as one of the lucky few because I have seen both the good side and the bad side of living in the homeless community. I've seen prostitutes lead men and boys back to their tents to
Mr.
drug.
Mayor, I
Yes, sir.
apologize, Mr. Proof. That exhausts the comment time on item 13.
Okay, so,
Mr. Proof does have an additional 2 minutes and 32 seconds, excuse me,
on
42 seconds.
a different topic.
Correct.
So,
Killed by bureaucracy.
Mr.
All right, but you guys have a good one then.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion, we add 3 minutes to item 13.
but just make sure, are we okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so stay right there. Stay right there. We have a motion and a second to extend our time on item 13 by 3 minutes.
Actually, can I amend my, we're in
Yes.
discussion, can I amend my motion at this point?
As long as the amendment is accepted by the seconder.
Okay. I make a motion, we amend item 13, or time limit on item 13 to allow for time as permitted in the total. So like, that's all anybody wants to talk about. We'll exhaust the time.
Okay, I see what you're getting.
Yeah. Instead of a 3-minute.
Cammie, were you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you, Commissioner Ingles.
so we have a motion and a second to extend the time.
Can I ask for clarification of the motion?
Absolutely.
Please?
Yeah, I'll move that we remove the time limit on the per item as it relates to item 13, in that it can, any amount of the remaining time can be used for it.
Of the 12 minutes that we added. So we will vote, so don't go anywhere. Did we call the question?
Just, you give me just a minute.
Oh,
I'm a
okay,
little
no.
slow here.
Oh,
That's
no,
okay. In
take
fact,
your
if you
time.
want to do it verbally, if that's easier, that's fine.
This is my first time here, and I'm currently
That's,
blind because
no,
this is
you're
old.
good.
So,
Mayor, did you get an option to vote?
I did not, no ma'am,
I'll just take
but
your
I will
verbal
vote yes. Looks like you lost yours. I see it here though. Some motion passed 4-0. So just so we know where we stand, how much time does the gentleman have left?
Yes, 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Okay, and he's not restricted by topic now.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours, sir.
all right, I'll try to be brief. But as I was saying, I have seen the most devilish side of the homeless community, and, well, the most angelic of it. Mostly what I've seen is, admittedly, some criminal elements. The business owners of Shawnee do have a point in that regard. However, that is, I'd like to say, probably a small few of the homeless community. At least that's been my experience. Some of them are just really, well, in dire need of mental health therapy. And as someone who's spoken to a man who lost his wife and son, a lawyer in Fredericksburg, I forget his name at the moment, who lost his wife and son in the fire, he rendered himself unable to speak for a very long time, or would speak to only very few people, as he kept reliving the days of, his time with his wife and his son, and I don't think he ever recovered from that. So I have lived a very difficult life, and a person chosen to be able to see the man behind the curtain, the underbelly of what we don't want to see, and forgive me, I'm a little bit lost for words. But I don't think people should be running around blaming the entire homeless community for the problems of a few. What we did at Micah Ecumenical Ministries back in Virginia was that we had ID cards that had their name and their height, their weight, their information, everything like that. It was a card made by the people at the ministry, so that anytime they want to get meals or whatever, they present the ID card, they'd be like, okay, you're approved, you can go in. Or if the police had something and they didn't have an actual ID on them, the police can be like, okay, you're so-and-so. And I understand that it may take money to build in small infrastructure for the homeless.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Froof.
All right, well.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Next is Mr. Rob Morris. How are you this evening?
Pretty good. I have two things tonight. I'll be very quick. One is feeding in the park. I'm the one that confronted him in the park. I confronted him on a Sunday morning one day. They were feeding out of a van. And we've all sat here and listened to this commission tell us time and time again, the city manager included, that feeding is to happen at the Homeless Resource Center. Yet, there's just a lot of people that don't bother with the rules. Yet, the taxpayers out here, we do follow the rules, because we know if we pee on the sidewalk, someone's going to arrest us. If we go the other one on the sidewalk, someone's going to arrest us. If we smoke meth in the park, someone will arrest us. except for them. They get free reign. And those cameras show it now, where they get to smoke meth in broad daylight. I don't want that around kids in a park. So yeah, we do need to be feeding at the Homeless Resource Center. The next thing is the SCCDA meeting that happened August 17th at 12:30 p.m. This is the second month in a row that the minutes haven't showed up on an agenda, and that meeting happened. The city manager was at that meeting. It was only, I think, 30 minutes total. Actually, I take that back. It was 19 minutes and 58 seconds. So for about 30 seconds of my time, I'm actually just going to play you part of that meeting so that everybody knows that it actually exists.
Being 12:30-ish, let us call the meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. We have a couple of items to discuss.
Okay, so the very last thing, I have a little bit of time left. I'd love to give it to anybody else, but once again, y'all voted to take that away from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Edwina Butler-Wolf. How are you this evening?
I am doing great. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm glad to see my Ward 6 is up there representing our Ward 6 and not a vacant chair. So thank you for being here. Now, but I was wanting to see, I've seen on the ordinance the feeding and the homeless at parks and stuff, because I'm concerned with the park because I'm on the outside of the town and not down in the middle part of town. So is that going to be enforced as well as if the park was downtown and our park out there west of town? If those rules, those permits and stuff for feeding, because I've lived in my residence at my house for over 30 years plus, so I know about every person that walks down my street, and recently I've seen some strange faces and going down to the park, and I don't have any kids or grandchildren, and so I don't go to the park. Only time I go by the park is if I'm walking on the track. But I just wanted to make sure that that's not going to happen at our park in our neighborhood, because we do have a lot of children that do walk, and their parents do allow them to go down there by themselves to play at the park. And I just want to make sure that that ordinance is going to stay and put and be regulated out there as well. So I'm just concerned with the feeding, because I've watched the video and the camera yesterday all afternoon. It took off all my afternoon, and I just knew something was going to happen yesterday, because I could feel the tension just through the camera, people just being meanness down there, you know, you could tell. And then I turned it off and turned it back on, then I seen all the police down there on foot going through the area. So it just kind of concerns me that, you know, that people do have businesses down there, and we do need to get a hold on that up there of the homeless. You were sitting in those chairs there, and city manager and our attorney here, you know, this is my roots here in Shawnee, and I hate to see this done to our town, and our town needs to be fixed and cleaned, and you all have a big job to do. And how to do that is, I would pick the homeless and give them a certain amount of time of being homeless. I don't know how many people out there that's been there on the streets for how many years or months or weeks or hours, but to kind of tag them to see what their intentions are or what their problem is, and because you can't keep feeding the problem, and that's what we're doing. We're feeding the problem. And I watched that on the video yesterday. Someone had came in and dropped some food off, and then in a few segments in the camera, well, someone was getting into it, and it wasn't even the homeless people. It was people that was giving the food.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Brandon Dyer. How are you tonight, Brandon?
I'm fantastic. Thank you, Mayor Bolt, Commissioners. Again, my name is Brandon Dyer. I'm the Executive Director of Community Renewal of Pottawatomie County, and I just wanted to report on an event that we held about 11 days ago, October 5th, called Neighborhood Night Out. This is a night where we encourage neighbors to host block parties and invite their neighbors together to build relationships. The last time we had this event, we had 20 block parties and 407 people that gathered, which was fantastic. We were happy with that. This year, we had 16 block parties and 623 people in our community that gathered together on those nights for a couple of hours. Our goal is to have 100 block parties and 3,000 people. We think all on the same night. We think that'd be a fantastic way for neighbors to come together and begin to build positive relationships. And the reason why that is important is because the world's largest and longest longitudinal study in human happiness and development started 83 years ago at Harvard University, and it's in its third generation of folks now. And there's many good things that lead to our own happiness, but the number one thing, time and time again, the most important investment any of us can make in our own happiness is to invest in good relationships. Time and again, this is reported over and over and over. And so this is why Community Renewal exists. We offer education and opportunities for helping folks build better relationships, because we believe better relationships will lead to better communities. So I just wanted to share with you all on this event and encourage our community to consider hosting a block party next year on Neighborhood Night Out. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next up is Donald Haynes. How are you, sir?
Doing fine. How about yourself? Thank you
Great.
all. My name's Donnie. We have a small Bible study, and as far as on 13, we do go out, and for years now, we've took food, clothes, shelter, and stuff to the homeless people. I don't think stopping it, feeding them, is going to solve the problems down there, but I don't see the issue with when they're out there getting fed at the library, a public library, on a Sunday morning when the businesses and things are closed. We've also helped several of them get off the streets and get into apartments, and we furnish their beds, their furniture, their cooking utensils. I mean, we try to set them up to where they can succeed. And I don't see a whole lot of people out there trying to do that. So to stop or to say you have to move them or whatever, there's some of them down there that they're not going to move. If you make somebody go feed them somewhere else, they're still going to be right there. So you're not really fixing a problem. I think you're creating a bigger problem. You'll have some people down there that you'll have to send ambulances to help and stuff like that because they're not getting food, not getting water or whatever. And that's really about all I had to say, other than just they need more help than just food. Food and clothes is just basics. They need some way of getting off the streets, and at least somebody trying to help them instead of just pushing them to the side. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir, very much. Next up is Teresa Cody. How are you this evening?
I'm Teresa Cody. Thanks for letting me be here and speak with you this evening. All I want to talk about just real quick is item 13, and I was looking at this. It seems as though it's geared to just downtown, if I'm correct, and when you're discussing that, if you'll kind of give us a little more information on that, explain that to us. But it does say, it gives boundaries on the east and west side and on the south side, but does not give us any boundary to the north. So I was just noticed that was on there. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got a couple more here. Sarah Inselman. How are you, Sarah?
Good, thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. I'm going to try to talk real quick. I really just want to talk about homelessness. I've worked with that population in Shawnee for just about the last 15 years, and the last year and a half I volunteer about 30 hours a week at the Resource Center. And you know, the crisis that we have in homeless is not just something in Shawnee. This is a nationwide crisis that we're dealing with, especially the last 3 to 5 to 8 years. You have the economy that we have nowadays, you have COVID that just puts so many people on the streets, and then the number one thing, in my opinion, is the mental issues, the mental crisis in our nation, not just Shawnee. Yes, we're seeing more of them in the downtown area. There's several factors on that. One, we're taking down buildings, we're taking down abandoned houses, which we should. Those are unsafe environments, but it's also pushing the people out to more visible places. They congregate, we'll say at the library, the park across the street, because those are public areas that's walking distance to the Salvation Army, which does at least provide them with one free to-go meal a day. You know, they're given a container outside. I'm not even sure there's trash cans outside to put that to-go container in when they get finished eating, but they do need to stay in walking distance, and they have to stay in a public area. The ordinance that we're considering, oh, please, this is just, I would be ashamed. I've been a citizen, in Shawnee for over 50 years. I would hate to think that we're gonna put forth an ordinance that's gonna fine people for passing out a sandwich, for giving a drink of water to homeless people in the downtown area. That is inhumane. That is just shameful. It's almost like don't feed the bears, don't feed the dogs, and don't feed the humans. We cannot do that in Shawnee. There has to be other solutions to the problem. I work closely with Erica. You know, when she came on board a year and a half ago, she put together a 3-year program that addressed so many issues. Transitional housing, areas to store their stuff so they don't have to carry everything with them, restroom facilities. It takes the support of the city, the leadership, the citizens. It takes funding that has to be brought in and supported.
I'm going to stop you just for a second. That's 36 minutes, which was the time allotted. In addition, this speaker has 40 seconds remaining of their time.
Do you remember how many speakers do we have remaining?
That's a good question. We have the remainder of Ms. Inselman, and we have one more.
I make a motion we extend the time by 4 minutes.
I'll make the second. So we have a motion and a second to extend for 4 minutes.
And that is not restricted by topic, is that correct?
No.
I would think it was my last motion. It would.
I'm just seeking clarity from
And
the audience.
And I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Just to make sure everybody's on the same page.
And a second.
Mine. Yes, ma'am. And I did not get a notice.
Mayor Bull?
Yes. Motion passes 4-0. So just
40 seconds remaining.
Okay,
40
thank you very much for that
Very good.
extension. I just kind of want to point out that, you know, most of the people out here, of course, you can't put everybody in the same box, but they're not just lazy people. They're sick people, they're tired people, they're people with mental issues. I mean, face it, anybody that chooses to live on a sidewalk, the heat, the cold, the hunger, that's a mental issue right there in itself. We have a mental crisis. I know we have Red Rock and Shawnee, and I know we have, is it Coca or Creoke? It's not enough. It's just not enough. I've been working for months just to get a couple of our most severe off the streets, and it's just almost impossible. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have one more speaker, and it's Christian Bowers. How are you tonight?
I'm well, thank you. I'm here for Article 18. I represent the Building New Foundations organization. And if that land is allotted to them, they will construct 3 new construction properties that will be for mainly disabled veterans or disabled persons, the elderly. I think this could really benefit your community. It will be for people who are 60% below the average median income for this area, so I think it would really help with maybe some of the homeless situation. These houses will be handicap accessible, and they would be built within a year once the land is given to them. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, that was our last speaker that had signed up. And that gets us to item 3, consider approval of consent agenda. Is there anything anyone needs to pull off the consent agenda? Or do we have a motion?
Move to approve item 3.
Second.
Daniel and Cammy. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 3. We'll call the question. And I did not get that. That is so weird. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay, very good. Item passes 4-0. Wonder if I ought to go out and then back in.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I also wanted to let you know that our pet of the month had to leave. So
That's understandable. Okay, we will try that again. Hopefully that helped. Well, I hate that we missed our pets, so we will move on to item 5, presentation and update regarding Shawnee Forward by Casey Bell, Chair of the Shawnee Forward Board of Directors, and Crystal Romanishin, President and CEO. How are you guys tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I really appreciate you being here tonight and having us here. It is with my pleasure to introduce Crystal Romanishin to you. Crystal Romanishin is the new CEO of Shawnee Forward. She came to us from Norman. She was involved in Norman economic development in Norman for a couple of years and did a tremendous job. And we were lucky enough to get her through our CEO search, and we're so happy to have her here in Shawnee. She's hit the ground running in 30 days. I think she's met, I don't know how many people it's been, but it's got to be a lot. I think she's went to every community meeting you can imagine. And so we're trying to get her grounded as quickly as we can, and we look for great things from her as she starts her work here in Shawnee. I think she has a short presentation for you guys tonight that she's going to work you through. And if you have any questions, I'm sure she'll entertain them.
Very good. How are you?
Good evening. I'm well, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to the Commission, Mr. Mayor. As Casey said, I am new to Shawnee. I've been here now for 6 weeks, and I have met over 700 people and done a lot of listening along the way. And I'm pleased that while we haven't gotten to kick the can too far down the road yet, we are not sitting quietly either. We are taking a look at all of our initiatives that we've done in the past and trying to figure out ways that we can make them more well-rounded and more robust so that we have better results here in Shawnee for the entire community. So I do have a presentation that I would like to present to you about the Shop Local campaign, and that's how it's previously been known, but in my mind this is sort of a Shop Local 2.0, and we're sort of rebranding that to be Shop Shawnee. And I would love to share that with you. This is a new logo we've designed. This is a digital gift card program that we have explored a few different ways where we can make the Shop Shawnee program more effective so that we can support our local businesses and we can also keep our sales tax dollars here in Shawnee. And so we wanted to add the elements that would drive people to our local businesses. There are 2 phases to this program. The first one will be rolled out on November 6th. and that will be to our current Shawnee Forward members because we have all of their information easily accessible. And following that, on November 20th, we will be coming back to the city for a proclamation to announce the Shop Shawnee campaign for the holidays. And at that time, we would be opening that to all of the businesses in Shawnee. What the digital gift card does is that it allows businesses, consumers, and people in the community to give a gift card that can then be used at any business in Shawnee at the person's choice, at the recipient's choice. So they have options of where they're going to spend those dollars, but yet keep them in Shawnee. This will support our local businesses. It will keep our dollars local. There is no cost for any of the merchants to participate in the program. So we're really excited about this gift card program. This is an example of one of the marketing pieces we would be looking to use, utilizing our photographs from our local merchants in a way to get people to support them. So a lot of people have asked, as we've started talking about it, why is this better than a regular gift card program? And what I would share is that this is a digital gift card that can be given via email, text, or a printed copy can be made. And it works at a number of different merchants. So when you're giving that gift, they have a choice. It can be used at multiple merchants. So for example, if you were to receive a $50 gift card, I could choose to use $10 at one of our downtown shops. I could use another $20 at another location. So I have more options. And so if any of you have ever given gift cards and you sort of wonder, do they ever get used, or is that really going to be valuable to that person, this gives that person that option of using those dollars where they would like to, but still keeping those dollars local here. The consumers can give them as a gift. People can use them as rewards for their employees. I know there are a lot of employees, and we're talking to some of our larger employers right now about utilizing this as an option rather than giving an Amazon gift card or a gift card to one location to celebrate a holiday. Where they could give this, they could still utilize it at some of those traditional locations, but when someone goes and tries to use it at someone outside of Shawnee that is not enrolled in the program, it would not be able to be used. So it does, again, keep those dollars local. The cards don't expire, which is really nice. If you're like me and you have a slew of gift cards in your wallet that sometimes don't get used, these don't expire, and we do reach out to those people who have been issued gift cards, and we have access to their email to remind them to use them so that those dollars can get used and recirculated in our communities. There is an opportunity, and we have identified a sponsor to launch this program with us. What you see on the left is the website that will be unique, and it will be on the Shawnee Forward website. We can utilize it and share that on our social media pages, and merchants can also use this to send people to suggest that they buy these gift cards. We have identified one of our local businesses who would like to sponsor this, to help us launch this, and by giving us additional dollars so that when someone buys a gift card, they can receive an additional amount for free as a second. So for instance, if, as an example, if they were to buy a $25 gift card, they would get an additional $10 gift card for free as a way to sort of launch this and encourage people to give this a try. This is how the digital gift card looks on a phone when someone receives this, either by email or by text. All of the gift cards are given a MasterCard number. And so as long as a merchant can run a MasterCard, like a phone order, they would be able to utilize these. What they would do is they would go in and the merchant would take the MasterCard and run it like a phone order, so they would dial in those numbers and be able to utilize that. There's always a running balance on the card, and people can identify those merchants that are enrolled in the program. This is another example from some of our just photos that we had, other marketing pieces that we could use on our social media with using a QR code so people could scan that QR code and go and buy a gift certificate. The pieces on the right, that's the logo that we've designed. There is a tent card. There are window pieces that we would encourage our merchants to put either on their registers or in their doors to identify their stores or their restaurants as a place that it does accept them. There is merchant training. There's a webinar that will be set up at the end of the month prior to launching this so that all of the merchants could take that webinar and receive some additional training. All of the pieces of marketing materials are customizable, so they will all be used with that Shop Shawnee logo that we have put together. So with that, I just wanted to give you a heads up as you're learning about this and you're hearing about it in the community that this is coming down the pike, that we'll be launching this again on November 6th and opening it up to the entire community on November 20th. And that the most exciting piece of this is that this is not just a holiday initiative. This is something that we can continue throughout the year for other holidays, for just encouraging people to utilize this method of keeping dollars local and supporting our local businesses in a way that we haven't done before. And that's really exciting that we can continue this through the year. So a couple other things that we have started to do, this is outside of this program, in looking at some of the numbers and data points for our community, we thought it would be beneficial for all of us to have some benchmarks about where we are and that we can come back and report to you every few months about some of those trends so that we can start to look at how we're able to move the needle in the community on some of these numbers. These are sales tax, housing permits, business permits, houses sold, and some of these will be good indicators how healthy our economy is here in Shawnee. If you saw our Monday memo, we talked about some of these numbers also this morning. And finally, something a little more fun, who doesn't love donuts? On October 6th, it was Manufacturing Day across America, and we wanted to celebrate those businesses in our community that play such a critical role in employing our folks. So we delivered 1,000 donuts to some of our local manufacturers on October 6th and thanked them for their contribution to our community. And we look forward to, through a sponsorship with Oklahoma Natural Gas, we look forward to being able to do things like this. And interestingly, during those visits, we were able to have some conversations that we had not had with some of these manufacturers in a long time. And so that will open up a line of communication between us and the manufacturers so that we can learn more and learn what their pain points are, how we can help them best, and how we can serve them so that we keep them in our communities and hopefully expand them as they continue to grow. So, and this is our team here. We appreciate the opportunity to come up and speak with you. We are always available. If you have any questions, we do have pins. I would hope that you will sport them and wear them proudly and share the information about the Shop Shawnee gift card. And I look forward to coming back in a couple months and reporting some of the numbers and the success of this program. So I'm going to leave some of these back there for you and for anyone else in the community that would like to have one and wear them and share this information with everyone. So I thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions? Guess not.
Thank you
you so much. Okay, item 6, discussion and consideration of possible appointment for Ward 3 Commissioner to complete the remainder of the term expiring 2024. Mr. Vondran, you are up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. For your consideration this evening would be the appointment of a Ward 3 Commissioner to complete the remainder of the term expiring 2024. It was a result of Commissioner Flood's resignation. In compliance with the City of Shawnee Charter, Article 3, Section 8, the Board of Commissioners, by a majority vote of the remaining commissioners,
shall appoint a person meeting the qualifications for the vacant commissioner seat to serve until the next general or special municipal election and until a successor is elected and qualified. Any such vacancy shall be filled at the next general or special municipal election to complete the balance of any unexpired term. And when we look to state law, it gives us a 60-day window in which to complete that. So, city staff is seeking guidance from the commission relating to the advertisement of Ward 3 Commissioner's seat, seeking an eligible appointee to complete the remainder of the term expiring in 2024. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Any questions?
The timing of it's a little interesting. Was Commissioner Flood's September 26th, which means we've got to have something by the November meeting. My question, I'm fine with having been through this process myself, having been through, is it or would it be permissible, let's say we have the application out there, we get 7 or 8 applicants, could we have a special call meeting to ask questions of the applicants?
Yes. I mean, legally, yes.
'Cause I mean, I know when I was initially appointed, we had one meeting where we were all asked questions, everyone that had applied, and then at the next meeting, they were, there was a vote held on how to do it.
Mhm.
I mean, if we have a lot of applicants and have one meeting to decide where we're thinking, excuse me.
If I may add to that, you may have noticed that in the agenda item memo, it specifically says within certain parameters may result in a special election. It just so happens that the next special election that would be available would actually be next year because of the timing of the call for the election, and then it would fall within the 120 days, the nomination period for that election. That would be within the time frame for the next election. So this 60 days does not quite apply this time because of the way the special elections would be dated, and the applicants could I'm blanking on the word this evening, Lisa. But in either case, we actually have more than the 60 days from September 26th.
And that would apply to appointment or only if we decide to do a special election?
That would apply to, we wouldn't have to call a special election because by the time we would call the special election, it would be within the 120 days from our regular election.
Because there's certain months you can't vote for this whole thing.
We're now a little more restricted in when we can call
Right.
for special elections for municipal matters.
So what we need to do tonight then is ask staff to put out the application so that people can apply and go through the process then. So do we need a
That
motion
has
to?
traditionally been our first step. There's not a requirement to do that,
Mhm.
but that has been historically how this has been handled to advertise for and accept applications for the vacant position.
Okay. So if we want to go that route, we would need to, someone make a motion to ask staff to do that, or is that necessary?
No, but we would request a motion be made giving staff that guidance. And again, to the extent that the commission seeks any specific deadlines, that would need to be included in that, or if that is left to the discretion of staff, that's fine.
So let's talk about deadlines. So in order to do that, but for the next meeting, when would be a good deadline for the applications? So that we give staff time to get them to us to be looked at. Go ahead, I know you're wanting to say something.
So in the draft version, it actually
ma'am.
states October 30.
Okay, there you go.
If there was a desire to call a special call
Mhm.
meeting, just for the purpose of interviewing potential applicants or interested applicants, that would give us enough time, and then bring it back to our regular meeting on November 20 for final appointment by the city commission, if that was the desired pathway.
Okay. So would anyone like to make the motion?
Yeah, I move that we instruct city staff to advertise the vacancy with an application that's attached to this item and the deadline of Thursday, October 30th, 2023 at 12 p.m. noon.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So we will call the question. And this time I did get it.
No, it's me, isn't it?
I must have taken
I got
yours.
passed. Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Item 7, consideration of a professional services agreement with TAP Architecture for architecture and engineering services related to the April 19, 2023 storm event. Mr. Vice, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing great.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you is an item, as he said, for a master service agreement for TAP Architecture to do architecture and engineering services related to the tornado. Staff solicited requests for qualifications. We got 3 responses and 1 notice of no proposal. We did a review with staff and our disaster recovery consultant, and out of the evaluation, TAP Architecture was rated the highest. And with that, staff recommends approval of a contract with them. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you.
Anyone got questions? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 7. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 8, consideration of an amendment to agreement for a CDBG-CV2 grant mental health assistance. Mr. Harkins, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, this is an agenda item to amend an agreement with the Shawnee Housing Authority that utilized Community Development Block Grant CV2 funds. The agreement was to do mental health assistance for their residents. The project has had some delays and some staff changes. With that in mind, the Housing Authority has asked for and agreed to an extension through a contract amendment for additional time to allow them to wrap up the project and be done by the end of November. So this housekeeping item comes before you with staff's recommendation for approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? If not, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 8. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 9, consideration of resolution authorizing acceptance of a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communication Center. Mr. Barkheimer, how are you tonight?
Pretty good, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, sir, this one's pretty simple. We're making an effort to get our 911 data, or what you guys might think of as our address data, compliant with the State 911 Management Authority guidelines. These are new guidelines relating to what they call the next generation 911. We're obligated to get our data compliant in a timely manner, and this resolution authorizes the acceptance of the grant offer and would guarantee our eventual reimbursement for that effort. So I would say that, our staff and this GIS and dispatch has done a fantastic job of handling and getting our data prepared ahead of time. We're going to have to do substantially less work than some of our other governmental counterparts. But that said, every entity is going to have to go through this process, and this grant will cover that consultant effort. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to give an answer.
Questions? How about a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Daniel and Cammie. All righty, we have a motion and a second. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution accepting a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communications Center.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 10, consideration or resolution setting the hours of opening and closing of public parks and recreation area under the jurisdiction of the city of Shawnee and repealing all resolutions in conflict therewith. Mr. Schmidt, how are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
So currently, we have multiple hours of operation for our parks throughout the city. This would streamline that, standardize it to parks with lighting for sports and fields. The hours would be 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And then all parks and green spaces that do not have lights would be sunrise to sunset.
All righty.
I would like to make a note that this does not affect the campgrounds or the lake itself at the Twin Lakes. It does the parks, the actual parks themselves, but not the activities there.
Right. Okay. Any questions? Anyone have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second, so Mr. Vondran, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution setting the hours of opening and closing of parks under the jurisdiction of the city of Shawnee and repealing all resolutions in conflict therewith.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second, and we will call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 11, consideration of an ordinance amending portions of the Shawnee Municipal Code, Chapter 21, Parks and Recreation, providing for repeal, providing for codification, providing for severability. Mr. Schmidt, one more time.
Yes, sir. So this changes some language from just the city manager to the city manager or designee, and then term vendor, meaning any person who sells or offers services. We currently have a lot of organizations that come in and do not obtain the permit and the proper insurance to host certain activities there at the parks.
Okay. Questions?
I have some, but it maybe relates a little bit to enforcement of the last one. 20 or under section 1A, it says it shall be unlawful for any person to be in the park or recreation during hours it's closed. But what it doesn't list that I find, and I'm only a level 1 reader, I don't see the penalty for it. So it's unlawful, but what's the penalty? That may be an attorney question, not a
I believe it is
question.
referenced in other ordinances concerning police. But I will most definitely defer to the attorney.
It is referenced. There's also a catch-all provision that allows the municipal judge to order a fine up to a maximum amount in the event of a violation where there is not an enumerated amount.
Okay, so then I guess that leads to my second question that probably ties in the last item, but I saved it for this one as well. Are we prepared to enforce it?
I would defer that to the police chief, sir.
I get to talk to him later, so. But I mean, I don't like passing ordinances or stuff that we're not prepared to.
I know currently our police force does patrol the areas, patrol the parks. As far as enforcement, that's outside of my
I mean, is
realm.
that I assume that would fall under like a trespassing ordinance if they're somewhere they're not supposed to be when it's closed. I don't know that, but. Well, that's, if the public park is closed, they're now trespassing? I mean, I'm trying to unpack the section A, which I totally like. It's unlawful to be in there when it's closed. What's step 2?
Again, I would defer to
the police chief, but I would suggest generally speaking, and he can correct me if he disagrees, that as with any new ordinance, there will be a period of education.
Sure, I mean, I'm not saying we have to, I'm not against the period of education. I've gotten plenty of warnings when I've been pulled over for speeding. I'm just trying to make sure we actually have something. So I'd like to know what it's tied to. And Chief, I see that hand.
So basically, if it is posted that you're not to be there during those hours, it would be a trespassing ticket.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure what it's tied to. And then my third question, which I think everybody, how does this relate to our unhoused population if they're in a public park that's beyond closed hours, but don't yet have a designated spot? Because they're now trespassing, because they're in a park that has defined hours.
Yes, that's an excellent question and a complicated answer. If we go back to some of the presentations that we've given to the commission previously, it is a situation where that cannot be criminalized if there is not anywhere else to go. So again, there is a degree of officer discretion that has to be deployed in that situation, and if there is not a suitable alternative under the law, then the decision will have to be made on the ground not to issue that ticket and not to remove that person from the space. But we have to keep in mind that this is not an ordinance that is being directed towards a certain population. This is an ordinance that is being presented to address the safety and security and ultimately the maintenance of our city assets in the form of parks. And there are many people that are engaged in activities in the parks outside of those hours, whether they're lawful or not, that cause damage or create additional oversight requirements that are a burden that the city no longer wishes to undertake, that have houses,
Sure.
that have places
Sure.
to go.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, this.
Well, and I guess sometimes you have to build the foundation of the house. When we do have a designated spot, this will clearly give us teeth behind where the hours of operation.
So what this does, it somewhat ties into the previous item.
Right.
Where we set the hours. Now we post our signs with the hours of operation. What we're looking at, as Joe mentioned, we can take Kid Space, for example. The brand new door has been vandalized. If we don't have the hours and then the signage, then the police cannot do their job on that.
But I mean, the
That's what
vandalism would be illegal regardless of what time it happens.
Right. Correct, but I'm going to give you a for instance, and it relates back to a comment that was made with regard to reliance upon video evidence. Right. And Chief can correct me if I get this wrong in his eyes, but his officers need to witness the bad act. And if they're unable to witness that bad act of vandalism, but there is somebody there during a time which they're not allowed to be there, then they can still be trespassed. They can still be cited. And so it's just additional layers to the enforcement for the protection of those assets.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Alrighty.
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second, so Joe, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance amending portions of the Shawnee Municipal Code, Chapter 21, Parks and Recreation, providing for repeal, providing for codification, and providing for severability.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second. We'll call the question. Motion fails 3-1. We require 4, is that correct?
That's correct.
All righty. Item 12 is consideration of an ordinance of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending portions of Chapter 15, Health and Sanitation, Article 5, designated health zone, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for repealer. Mr. Schmidt, you are up again.
So this adds City of Shawnee municipal parks and recreation facilities to that health zone. This includes the Splash, Kid Space, Rec Center. Beautification Parks and Recreation Committee recommended that all rec spaces, recreational spaces, become a health zone as the department upholds healthy, safe programs and events for the community. Again, this would be like the hours. It does not affect the campgrounds or the lake itself, just the parks and recreation facilities. This also allows staff to pursue grant opportunities that we are not able to at this time without that designation.
So that's really the big thing in this, is the ability to pursue the grant money, because I believe it's already illegal to smoke and so forth in the parks.
Adds language about concerning the vape. When the original health zone, vaping was not the issue. It's popular, or even existed whenever this health zone first came about.
Okay. Questions?
I actually do have one. I wanted a little bit more information on what some of the grants pertain to, like what that money could be, where they could be coming from, or where they could be going to, or if it's a generality.
So it's a lot of just general recreation, exercise, quality of life type grants. I left that note that information on my desk, I just realized, but it's a lot of the TSET and another similar organization that provides grants for multiple healthy lifestyle activities and equipment.
So the grant writers that help us out, I know they just look for grants all the time. There's no telling where those could be coming from. I mean, you never know when one could be available. So this will just give them the ability to reach out for more of those.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion and a second. So Joe, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending portions of Chapter 15, Health and Sanitation, Article 5, designated health zone, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for repealer.
Thank you, sir. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 12. We'll call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Item 13, consideration of an ordinance amending Chapter 8 of the Shawnee Municipal Code by creating a new Article 10 of Chapter 8 prohibiting feeding operations in the downtown area, providing for repeal, providing for severability, providing for codifications. Mr. Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. This was an agenda item last month as a discussion item only. It comes back to you for approval at this point in time. The downtown, particularly public facilities and public right-of-way, have had a number of groups and individuals doing feeding operations for our unhoused. And in spite of our best efforts to work with many of those groups, some of them have determined that they are going to do what they want, when they want, how they want. And in spite of that fact and the issues related to that, particularly with the cleanup that many of our downtown business owners face on the weekends and on Mondays, staff brings this ordinance, unfortunately, to help deal with that issue and continue to provide opportunities to help our unhoused population. The downtown feeding ordinance, or the feeding ordinance here, outlines a process where the downtown is defined by Highland, 7th, Harrison, and Kickapoo. Aside from that, it also states that within that designated area, there will be no feeding operations conducted on public right-of-way, public facilities, or public parks. Outside of that area, the ordinance additionally says that there is a penalty clause, so there is something to enforce with and a process for that. Feeding operations are allowed indoors on private property, but it also notes that there is an exception if there's a declared emergency. So similar to, for example, the tornado. So there is an exception for that. Having said that, I know there's been considerable discussion internally and as well as amongst the community, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
So just to clarify, if a church wanted to do something outside.
So right now, the way the ordinance is
church
written,
grounds.
that if you're doing it outside, you can only do it with a special event permit in the downtown area, within that defined area.
And I see,
I guess,
He asked though on the church.
say a church, on church grounds, say a church in downtown, because we have some that do that, so I wanted to just clarify to everybody what.
So it's specifically in the ordinance, you may look at the proposed 8-602, it specifically calls out parks, public right-of-way, or other publicly owned facilities. So feeding on private property, something that is not publicly owned, that is not a city asset, is not affected by this ordinance.
Right, and I knew that, but I wanted to make
Correct.
sure people heard
And
that.
downtown feeding would not be would not be forbidden outright, but it would require a special event permit because of the issues with sanitation that the city has experienced and that has impacted all of the downtown property and business owners.
Right. Other questions?
I think it was someone in the public comment asked about this. I don't want to get their wording wrong, but I think the roundabout was that they asked if it would be enforced throughout the town or just downtown. Now, like, we see that it is just downtown, so what's stopping from any of these organizations saying, well, we'll just move 1 block north of Highland or 1 block south of 7th and be outside of the defined downtown area and doing about their regular business like they have been? That's put us in this predicament, I guess, would be a neutral sort of term.
So right now, the downtown area is affected by these feeding operations. This ordinance would not stop somebody from moving outside of that downtown boundary. But at this point in time, everything is focused on downtown.
Right.
And that is a main street, that is a commercial corridor, and that is not the right activity for a commercial corridor.
Because maybe I don't want to put words in this person's mouth, but maybe they're worried that if downtown has this special event permit, that eventually the type of feedings that are happening downtown move to other places that aren't defined in this special event permit.
If that would be the case, you may find staff could potentially bring this ordinance back to amend it to include a larger area. At this time, we do not see any of the feeding operation issues outside of the downtown area because it is so concentrated along Main Street and nearby.
So then could we possibly defer it and 1 month to include areas of Shawnee that aren't in the downtown, I mean, which is all of Shawnee except for the downtown area, so that instead of approving this and then coming back when the problem is already happening somewhere else, that we've already prevented that? Does that make sense?
There is that possibility of deferral. Generally, trying to put regulation in place, you're trying to address the issue that you have while looking forward, but making the regulation so big that it would affect picnics in other parks, for example, because we have a lot of, when you look at it, it's an organized feeding of 4 or more. That would affect Kids Space Park, for example, a family with more than 1 child. That would be an organized feeding, 4 or more people, food for free. So we were trying, and you may remember that when we introduced this for discussion, we were trying not to overregulate and then impact other events and activities that are desired and beneficial by making it so tight and so expansive that we would potentially forbid or make other processes, other activities forbidden under this ordinance. And so it's a very fine line trying to regulate these feeding operations that continue to impact our main street.
And if we did have the problem migrate somewhere else, I mean, in the next meeting, you could have something to us, or if it was bad enough, we could have a special call meeting. So both of those are options. I mean, it wouldn't, since we have this written, I'm sure it would just be a matter of making a quick tweak to that, and you could expand it.
You may remember from previous conversations and discussions and presentations that we had asked as many church groups as possible to please coordinate with the Homeless Resource Center, and a lot of them have. And so there are just a few groups remaining who have not indicated a willingness to do so for various reasons, who continue to cause sanitation issues within the downtown area.
Do we have any recorded complaints or incidents of feeding events for unhoused individuals outside of the boundaries we've designated that have been called and complained about?
Not to my knowledge. I have not been approached with an issue outside of downtown.
I'm wondering if part of the staff's idea behind, obviously downtown is where it's concentrated and it's visible and we all see that. Rolling something out in a small area, is this beneficial to the police to kind of not get used to enforcing? Obviously they know how to enforce, but is this sort of a step in the direction of setting the groundwork for that for the rest of the town if we should need it? But right now, we're trying not to make the police have to be watching for this particular thing at every public park.
I think the clear boundaries on the downtown will certainly help with enforcement, because it is focused on the area where most of those, where all known issues have arisen. Ultimately, what we're doing is we're adding another clause and another ordinance onto our law enforcement's already very long to-do list. So if we can keep it as compressed as possible to this area, because that is where those issues lay, that is beneficial. Our officers are doing a great job doing what they're supposed to do, but any help we can provide them in identifying the issue and just pointing them to that area where it specifically occurs is helpful. And that was very roundabout ways of saying smaller is better in this particular case.
I would assume our city attorney talked about it in our last, or two items ago, the education period or ramp-up period. I assume this will have the same kind of period.
You may have noticed that this particular ordinance does not have an emergency clause, so the earliest it could go into effect would be 30 days after today.
So that would give us some time to educate folks from,
have we denied anyone who wants to feed people in coordination or conjunction with the current resource center? Have we denied them?
I do not know. I would have to specifically ask that information, Commissioner Matthews.
The answer is no.
Because I mean, the question I'm getting at is we're requiring it to be permitted and coordinating with the city. I don't think, at least my heart in this, isn't that food is withheld from people. It's just that, it's just that we coordinate in how we do it. Like, and some of the people that I appreciate all the discussion we've had or in public comments. We heard a lot of varied opinions. Some are of the opinion that the people won't move from, say, the park or the library to the resource center. I mean, I think that speaks to why the boundaries are important, at least to start with, because this isn't a problem we're seeing across. But, as much as I really don't like some of the language that's used to describe people or unhoused people, some of the things that are said about them, are really offensive to me. At the same time, they are people, but so are the that are created in the image of God, have all the potential in the world. But at the same time, so are the downtown business owners. And we've seen a lot of, I think when this initially came out, I was startled by it a few months ago and have wrestled with it, but we have to consider everyone. And the downtown business owners have given a lot, and I think this is a step to help them. It won't deny any operations. Up to now, we haven't denied permits. We're asking people just to work with us because good intentions are great and helping people is amazing, but we also have to think of the ramifications that happen when the people that are helping leave and who's left to clean up that. And we talked about it in the park. Some of these ordinances have to be built on one another. And so all we're asking, I think all the ordinance asks is for people to work with the city to take care of people. And taking care of people includes the downtown business owners and their properties as well. And so I think this comes off on first read way more restrictive than it really is. In my take on it. And I appreciate that there will be an education period, but we're just asking people to work together. And yeah, that's where I am.
Oh, you're good. Good questions. Any other questions? So just so people will hear, what is the cost of a permit?
That was going to be one of my questions.
That has not yet been set.
Okay. That's a
Because
fair
for the
answer.
regular special permits, there is no fee.
Mhm.
However, there is an insurance requirement,
Right.
and every insurance charges a different amount for a special event permit.
Right.
So if this passes and I want to take my entire family to the Celebration of Life Park to have a picnic where I'm feeding 4 mouths, I have to pay an undefined as of now amount for a special permit to have that time
So
in the defined area of downtown.
let me differentiate between the cost. The special permit does, at this point in time, the special permits that the city issues have no cost attached. It is up to the city commission to decide whether to attach a special permit fee to this particular special permit. The cost involved with a special permit is the cost for the required insurance, over which the city actually has no control because it is costed out by the insurance provider. It does not relate to the city's fee schedule in any which way.
So I'd have to pay for the insurance to take my family. I mean, in this scenario that I'm built, which.
Are your kids gonna sue you in the park? The insurance is to is to cover litigation for vendors and event people who are holding events in case of something happening. So it's not the same.
I mean, I assume if I'm driving down Harrison and this posted speed limit's 35 and I'm driving 38 and I get pulled over, I'm talking a lot about my speeding tonight. Gonna be careful going home, I guess. The officer has discretion whether to warn me, ticket me, whatever. I assume this ordinance would give the same, you know, I don't think anybody wants a family in the park not to be able to come and have a picnic in the park, but it's hard to write, and you know, we've wrestled with this for months on how to write an all-encompassing ordinance. So I assume if I'm in the park with my kids, I'm probably not, and we're having a sandwich, we're probably not going to get a ticket, as opposed to running an operation that's feeding 100 people.
To build onto that example, as long as you do not leave any trash behind, I am certain that the officer will not write the ticket. I mean, ultimately, this is all about the trash and the sanitation issues that are left in the aftermath of downtown, of feeding operations. However kindly meant, it has caused a great issue with the downtown property owners and the downtown business owners, because our public works staff and our sanitation, you know, the firm that we've hired to do sanitation for us cannot keep up with the trash that is produced by these feeding operations. So yes, I am certain that the officer would give you grace if you show up at Celebration of Life Park to feed your family. Please do not leave any trash behind, because then it violates another city ordinance for which you might still get a ticket.
Right,
though.
which it's never been legal to litter anyway.
That is correct.
And even if we didn't attach a fee to it, and that's a decision we haven't made, the teeth that we have is that the next time that organization asked for a permit, they could be denied because they didn't clean up and so forth, you know, after their event. And I don't know if you want to, or you're...
I was just agreeing.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Very good.
I'm trying to run some hypotheticals, one, so that we understand the ordinance, and two, so the public understands based on some of the comments that we had. So if we're not charging currently for the which we could change and charge a fee, but currently there is no fee. We haven't denied anybody that's requested a permit and tried to work with the city to do a feeding currently. We've told no one, no, we won't work with you. So I'm trying to, in my mind, look at what feedings, or let's say that right now there's X amount of pounds that are being fed to our homeless people who need food. Food is a basic need. This ordinance would, in and of itself, would not reduce any of those feedings unless the people doing the feedings chose themselves not to work with the city. So that's kind of where I've arrived after we've gotten here. So in my mind, you know, we're trying to be responsive to our downtown business owners and property owners. A vote against this tonight, a vote against it is actually, it's not a vote against our unhoused people, because ultimately there's going to be the same opportunities if the current people will work together. That's a vote against this tonight is a vote against our downtown business owners. I know you don't need to comment on that. That's just where I have arrived.
I completely agree. I didn't like the wording of this at first. It's hard to swallow the wording of the ordinance at first. And we've looked at it from, could we regulate the trash? And the other ways we've thought of regulating the aftermath of the feeding, with staff thinking through all of those issues, those ways of regulating the outcomes are more difficult then regulating the feedings that are happening from the people who aren't working with the city on the plans that are already implemented. It would be easier to vote yes for something that said, you know, you can't leave all your trash downtown. We already have litter ordinances, but that's really hard to enforce from our law officers and to watch. And so if we can, now I understand after the month of processing this, the reasoning for the ordinance being worded like it is.
Does anybody have the address of the homeless resource center?
Since, I know Sarah does, she works there a lot.
506 South Beard.
Thank you, Sarah.
And there are downtown businesses open on Sunday. There are quite a few of them, actually.
I'm looking at, like, for the people who are, and I think it's a legitimate concern, like, we're moving operations. It's about 800 feet, maybe 900 feet further to go from Celebration of Life Park to Salvation Army than it is to go Celebration of Life to the Homeless Resource Center. So to me, that's not consequential because they're not having a problem getting from Celebration of Life Park, if we call that ground zero of our activity, to Salvation Army for a meal. I would think that we could. Another question. If Salvation Army gives meals, this ordinance doesn't, because they don't have to work with the city, right? I'm trying to go down several paths here, because let's say Salvation Army says, hey, you feed on Sunday, you don't like the city, you don't get along with the city. They could do it at Salvation Army.
You are absolutely correct, because this only pertains to public right-of-way, publicly owned facilities, public property, and the Salvation Army is not.
I mean, I'm just trying to look at, like, this isn't a yes or no thing. This is a, let's all together care for our community. I hate we have to have an ordinance like this. We've wasted far too much time and staff time and thought, like, on something that comes down to common decency of picking up trash. And I don't mean to be strong on that, but I guess I'm strong on that. Like, everyone in this discussion is made in the image of God, has worth and value. Business owners are unhoused, everyone in this discussion. And so how do we consider all of them? And this is the best. When people don't play nice, government has to get involved.
Any other questions? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Both of you, so Cammy and Daniel. We have a motion and a second. You're up, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance amending Chapter 8 of the Shawnee Municipal Code by creating a new Article, 11 of Chapter 8, prohibiting feeding operations in the downtown area, providing for repeal, providing for severability, and providing for codification.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 13. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Okay, what time is it? It is 8:06, so I made a promise we wouldn't go beyond 8 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask we take 5 minutes so people stretch their legs, use the restroom and so forth, and we will be right back. All righty, we'll get started back up. So we are up to item 14, consideration of an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Animals of the Shawnee Municipal Code by amending Article 3, Dogs, Division 2, License, Article 3, Dogs, Division 5, Kennels, and Article 4, Cats, Division 2, License, providing for repeal, providing for severability, and providing for codification. Chief, it's your turn again.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. This allows us to implement our pet data, which will allow citizens to get online to purchase licenses that they would normally get through animal control or would have to go to the animal control building to get. And so it adds language under all these sections to include a third party in collecting the fees for us so we can use that online pet data.
Okay. Questions?
I don't know if you got to hear Miss Gaskell's comments earlier. Can you help me understand how those relate to this item?
On the kennel, there's
Right.
no change in the definition of a kennel that we already have.
Okay.
Again, it allows for the collection by a third party so we can use our online services.
So that's really the only change we have is that people can go online and
Right.
do everything.
Right,
that
the
now
definition
they
of a
have to
kennel would
physically-
remain the same
Right.
as it currently is.
Okay. Any other questions? Good? All righty. So with that, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the item.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a motion and a second, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance amending Chapter 5, Animals of the Shawnee Municipal Code by amending Article 3, Dogs, Division 2, License, Article 3, Dogs, Division 5, Kennels, and Article 4, Cats, Division 2, License, providing for repeal, providing for severability, and providing for codification.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 14. We'll call the question. And motion passes 4-0. Item 15, consideration of resolution, the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, updating the city fee schedule by amending fees established in Chapter 5 Animals of the Shawnee Municipal Code and providing for the readoption of the city fee schedule in whole. Chief, you are up again, sir.
Again, going along with the earlier with our pet data, this allows us to adjust the fee schedule, and one of the big changes that we made, the original ordinance did not allow for anything license-wise for a pet past a year, going along with the rabies shot, but the state actually offers a 3-year rabies shot, and so we're extending this out to actually offer a 3-year license to go along with that 3-year rabies shot.
Okay. Any questions for Chief? If not, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir. Daniel and Cammy. All right, Joe, you are up again, sir.
A resolution of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, updating the city fee schedule by amending fees established in Chapter 5 Animals of the Shawnee Municipal Code and providing for the readoption of the city fee schedule in whole.
Thank you very much. All righty, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 15. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 16, public hearing to rezone from A1 Rural Agricultural District to I2 Light Industrial District, property at 7109 North Kickapoo Avenue, case number RZ11-23. Applicant is Oklahoma Gas and Electric Company. Mr. Harkins, it is your turn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. This is a request to rezone, as noted, property from A1 to I2. This is on the north half of the community on the far north end. The property currently sits adjacent to I2 zoning, which is immediately north, so the rezoning request would be an extension and continuation of that industrial zoning district. The land use element of the comprehensive plan, particularly the future land use map, notes that the area is classified as industrial as well. Planning Commission's recommendation was to approve the rezoning item. Staff's recommendation is concurrent with that, so we would ask that you open the public hearing and approve the item, as well as approve the subsequent ordinance in the next agenda item as well. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I would note that a representative of OG&E is here to answer questions as well if you have any.
Any questions? Okay, if not, then we will open the public hearing. So is there anyone here to speak in favor of this proposition? Seeing none, is there anyone? Oh, well, you were welcome to come up, sir.
My name is Ford Ventures. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm with our land department, and this is just in support of a capital investment infrastructure project for the community in the city. And we are just asking for approval of this to accommodate that initiative from our planning department. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Further.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Any discussion up here? If not, we will move on to item 17, consideration of an ordinance to rezone from A1 Rural Agricultural District to I2 Light Industrial District. Property at 7109 North Kickapoo Avenue, case number RZ-1123. Applicant is Oklahoma Gas and Electric Company. Mr. Harkins, was there anything else you had for us? No, sir. Thank you very much. Questions, discussion? If not, do we have a motion?
Move to approve the item.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel and Cammie. All righty. This time you got a little more to read, Joe.
Just a little bit, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance concerning the zoning classification of the following described property located within the corporate limits of the city of Shawnee, Pottawatomie County, Oklahoma, to wit, the surface only, 2, a tract of land being a part of the southwest quarter of Section 19, Township 11, North, Range 4, east of the Indian Meridian, Shawnee, Pottawatomie County, Oklahoma, being more particularly described as follows. Beginning at the northwest corner of said southwest quarter, said point being the point of beginning, thence north 88 degrees 56 minutes 1 second east along and with the north line of said southwest quarter, a distance of 433 feet. Thence south 0 degrees 36 minutes 16 seconds east, departing said north line, a distance of 400 feet. Then south 88 degrees 56 minutes 1 second west, a distance of 433 feet to a point on the west line of said southwest quarter. Thence north 0 degrees 36 minutes 16 seconds west, along and with the west line of said southwest quarter, a distance of 400 feet to the point of beginning, containing 173,195 square feet or 3.9760 acres, more or less. Basis of bearing, grid north as established by State Plane Datum, Oklahoma State Plane South, Zone NAD 83. All distances are grid distances in U.S. survey feet. From zoning classification A1, Rural Agricultural District, to I2, Light Industrial District, amending the official zoning map of the city of Shawnee accordingly.
Thank you, sir. All righty, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 17. We will call the question.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Item 18, discussion, consideration, possible action to convey real estate owned by the city of Shawnee by entering into, signing, and acknowledging a certain proposed warranty deed between the city of Shawnee as grantor and Building New Foundations, Inc. as grantee, specifically regarding the following property: attractive land and improvements within the city of Shawnee, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, described as follows: 1320 East Fay Street, 1316 East Fay Street, 1231 Sherry Lane, lots 3 and 34, Block 6, Melrose Park Addition, to the city of Shawnee, Lot 16, Block 2, Thompson Heights Addition, and authorizing city manager to sign, execute, and enter into said deed on behalf of the city. Mr. Harkins, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an agenda item to transfer 3 platted lots that are have been platted for some time. They are owned by the Shawnee Urban Redevelopment Authority, which is an arm of the city. They do own some other lots in the community. These are platted as single-family residential lots, so they are zoned R1 currently. They are maintained by Shura, which is why they look like they've been mowed and kept up via contract with service providers. The entity in question is a nonprofit that builds or new construction or through rehab housing for folks who are veterans, who are disabled, or who are elderly. As their representative noted earlier, they have income target levels that they are looking at. So this helps individuals who are lower income households. They have done a number of work projects in various communities around Oklahoma City. The community staff spoke very highly of the organization and thought they were great to work with and easy to work with. They have their own vetting process that they use for selection of individuals. So these would be structures that you would see get built that would be very typical of single-family residential, that they would be ADA accessible with a primary focus. However, to transfer, there are multiple steps since the lots are technically owned by Shura. One is approval by the Shura board, which they have provided. The second is approval by you. Staff originally and inadvertently listed that this has to be done by ordinance, but in a manner very similar to what we did with Shawnee Bridges Out of Poverty. It would just be approval of the item, the deed, as well as all of the information about their previous projects and the organization itself are attached to the agenda item. Staff wholeheartedly recommends approval of this request so that they can begin this project to provide additional housing opportunity. With that said, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions? If not, do we have a motion?
Well, I do have
Go ahead.
one.
Go ahead.
Because we had some comment on it. So they build the house, what happens then?
My understanding from my discussions with them is in some cases they maintain ownership and rent them. So in some cases they sell them. They use a lot of tax credits from the Oklahoma Housing Finance Authority. So that factors into the cost as well, especially if they're looking at doing a purchase for a family where they sell the parcel. These specifically, I'm not sure what their intention is. I believe from my original discussions, they're looking at selling, but if you'd like, we can have the representative come back up to answer that specifically.
Would you like her to come up?
If I may
Yes,
add to
ma'am.
that, if you look at Exhibit B, it has the same clawback
Yes.
conditions as the 9 acres that were transferred to Shawnee Bridges Out of Poverty. Under these covenants, conditions, and restrictions, the property may not be sold without the express permission of the city. And we recently had a case very similar to that where SCI was transferring the land to a separate entity
Yes.
that was still governed by SCI and still maintained 501c3 status. So this is set up the exact same way. So no selling of the property to any other buyer is possible without the city's permission. And should any of these covenants be violated, then the city has the right to take the property back.
Right.
Do we have a designated review process to ensure that just like Bridges Out of Poverty are fulfilling their end of the contract? Is that a yearly thing? That we just make sure that they're doing their part of the...
So that was not written into the covenants, conditions, and restrictions, but we can certainly follow up with Shawnee Bridges as well as this particular provider of housing. The covenants, conditions, and restrictions stay with the property, so it cannot be sold without this resurfacing, because anybody who does the title work for this particular piece or for these 3 pieces of property will notice that these restrictions are attached.
There are some other benchmarks I would add that would make it obvious that we're seeing movement. In the case of these 3 tracks, because they're already platted, because they're zoned R1 already, when you see building permits being pulled, you know activity is about to happen. And in the previous example with Shawnee Bridges Out of Poverty, there would be other due diligence work that they would be progressing on that would give us an indication that they're moving forward.
Any other questions?
I'm trying to remember back.
Yes, sir.
The deal we did with Shawnee Bridges, though, they retain the ownership. It was a transitional housing program, right? My question here is on the selling of it. Like, do we know, is it sold at cost? Because I think it's a little bit of a back and forth. Like, we know we're short on affordable housing. We know we have disabled veterans and folks that need the help. And I think the city can be a partner in that. Just trying to figure out the economic piece of it.
Sure. I'll let the representative from New Beginnings walk through that part of it for you, because they can speak to it better and clearer than I can.
So the reselling of the property, it would have to be a specialty case. They don't really resell them very often. But I would, that's not something we really discussed. So I'm not for sure on that part. I've only been a part of when they've leased it.
And again, Commissioner, I would say the ultimate protection is what the city manager was referring to, is that we've installed within the conveyance documents restrictive covenants that require that that deal and the express terms thereof be brought back before the commission for approval prior to any transfer being consummated. And the way they are worded is to protect the city's interest really twofold. Number one, this is an economic development catalyst to fill a housing need that is very much necessary in this area. But again, to protect the investment, as has been commented on, by not allowing private parties, regardless of their nonprofit status, to come in, get property, utilize tax credits, and then turn around and flip this for a profit. And this gives us the ultimate oversight on ensuring that that does not occur.
I guess my question is, do we have to put all the clawback features up front, or can we add requirements in order to approve the sale? For instance, let's say there's, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out they've put 60,000 into the property. They're selling it for 100. Nonprofits can make profits. Just what happens with the money has to stay in the corporation. Could part of that clawback be, hey, we gave you a lot worth $10,000. You need to pay the city 10,000 of the, if you want to sell it, like, you need to pay the value of the land out of the profit. That's my, how do we go forward, progress, help people with housing, and also protect the city?
Aside from trying to put that into the covenant up front,
That's my question. Does it have to be up front, or can we do it at the time of
I've seen it two ways. One is you add it to the clawback provisions up front. The other is at the point they would come back to you, similar to SCI did, you would ask for that provision then.
And again, just practically speaking, all parties are aware of these restrictive covenants. And so it would behoove the grantee in this particular situation to bring back any prospective deals to the city before papering them to make sure that there's acceptance thereof and that the economic terms work for all parties, which is why it really is the ultimate safeguard and why we've opted this direction.
Now that you've explained that, it makes a lot of sense because we're protected, we hold all the power. If they're going, they have to approve a sale through us. When it gets, then we can negotiate those terms at that time. And it's providing us with affordable housing, this need in the community. That we don't have to.
And it's very similar, that process is very similar to what many communities deal with when they're doing owner-occupied rehab housing using CDBG funds.
Andre, did you have something? We're good, got it all answered. Okay, very good. I wanted to make sure if you wanted to, you had that opportunity. Any other questions? You good down there? Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'll make the second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 18. We will call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 19, consideration of the following budget amendments for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. Insurance, is 1, 2, 3, 4, Insurance Recovery Fund, CDBG grant, Home Rehabilitation Program Fund, and General Fund. So how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing great.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The first budget amendment before you tonight is Fund 603, which is our Insurance Recovery Fund. This is a new fund that we have decided to create. The initial use of this fund will be for the insurance proceeds that we've received in response to the April 19th tornado. This new fund will also be used going forward for any future insurance claims. But over the last several months, the city received funds from our insurance carrier, Oklahoma Municipal Insurance Group, for property damage in the tornado. And we've created this new fund. The budget amendment appropriates the revenue received and expected expenses in various departments for a total of $1,953,720.85. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on that? It seems to me, if I remember right, city manager can confirm this, when we met with the other cities that have been devastated by similar storms, that was a high recommendation that they had, was to set something up like this. Keep all the bookkeeping straight. Yeah. So I'm glad we're doing that. Any other questions? Do we need to vote on each one of these separately?
That was my question. Are we approving one at a time or as an item?
It's up to the commission. They can be approved as a group or they can be approved individually.
I'm okay with either way. Probably the safest thing to be vote on one at a time in case anybody did have an issue, but I'm open to either way.
I mean, they're all pretty straightforward. I'd do it
I
as a
would
group.
think.
I'd just approve the item if it were me.
All right, let's just go for all four. How's that?
Okay, perfect. So the next budget amendment is for our, excuse me, for our CDBG grant fund. We had a purchase order from last year, and this is continuing the nutrition assistance program, and a total of $99,725. The next budget amendment is for our Fund 199, which is our Home Rehabilitation Program Fund. And this budget amendment will appropriate fund balance for the use of home rehab on Shura-owned properties for a total of $75,000. And the last budget amendment is for our general fund. This budget amendment is to appropriate fund balance for remaining contract balance with the Central Oklahoma Community Action Agency for our COTS transportation services. And the total amount is $27,500.
Okay, questions on any of those for Lindsay? Nope. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item 19.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Thank you, sir. All righty, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 19. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 20, we'll consider bids. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3 of those. You're back.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, if you'll recall, we opened bids for Thompson Heights Waterline at the September meeting. At that bid opening, we had 5 bids. Since then, staff, along with our design consultant Cowan, has reviewed the bids. At this time, staff recommends awarding to Davenport Construction. We recommend awarding the base bid for a total contract amount of $1,193,985. This project is funded through the state ARPA allocation, and it is a part of our CIP. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
It was significantly lower than we anticipated.
Yes, yes, sir.
It's the first time we've seen that in a while.
Really? Doesn't happen often.
No.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Do we have any idea why?
No, really. I mean, the unit prices were lower on the linear footage than we even saw on some of our other waterline projects, so we'll just kind of take it.
To take it run.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't ask too many questions. Huh.
Yeah.
All righty. So, no other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve that one.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Daniel and Cammie. Okay, so we will call the question on item 20A for approval. Motion passes 4-0. So now we're down to pipe bursting.
Yes, sir. And again, if you recall last meeting, we had 3 bids on this one. Again, staff, along with our design consultant, reviewed the bids. At this time, staff recommends awarding to Horseshoe Construction. We recommend awarding the base bid for a total contract amount of $1,908,796. Again, the project is funded as part of the state ARPA allocation, and it is a part of our CIP. With that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Any other questions?
They got us back on this one.
They got us back,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
No doubt. Any other questions, comments? How about a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion, a second for approval of 20B. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is an exciting one for me for multiple reasons. This, of course, is in response to the collapse of the Clear Pond culvert west of 102. If you'll recall, we put a rush on this design and to get it built in the right way. I'm proud to get this to the point where we got through the quick design schedule. But also, this is the first bid opening that we had under our new charter. So this one wasn't opened here at Commission, but instead was opened on October 10th. And I did want to make sure and mention October 10th date because in my memo I accidentally said September 10th. But that was here just a week ago on October 10th. We had 4 bids. Since then, again, staff and our design consultant reviewed the bids. At this time, we recommend awarding to SAC Services, Inc. We recommend awarding the base bid for a total contract amount of $576,808. The project is funded as part of our CIP, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
What questions have we got? So this is our situation out by the lake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This will be the culvert replacement so we can open Clear Pond back up.
And
So
this will be a much better
correct
situation than what we had, if I remember right. It's
Yes.
more like a bridge, but doesn't technically meet
Yes,
the
sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Instead
requirement.
of,
So 50 years.
yep, that's what it's be designed for. Yes, yes, ma'am. So I mean, it's replacing two 60-inch culverts or corrugated metal pipes, and we're going back with reinforced concrete boxes. There's 16 50-foot I-beam braces that are going to be drove into the ground like sheet piling, and then we'll pour a spread footing on top and RCBs on top of that, and then the road will go over the top of it.
So the other question I get a lot is when?
Well, we're gonna rush through contract time and get this started, and then I mean, construction can begin soon, and then you know it'll take. I'll have to look back at the specs, but I think we said 90 days on this. So
Okay. That's not
I'm
bad.
hoping mid next year.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna be able to open this back up. So we put a rush on it. I mean, getting from design starting in May to bidding in October to starting construction by the end of the year is pretty quick for
Yeah, it is.
for a capital project.
Absolutely. Very good. I know people are going to be pleased once we get it done. It's kind of a headache right now, but
Yes, sir.
it's not been a good situation for a lot of years, so very good. Good job. Do we have any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of 20C. We'll call the question.
Yes.
It's funny how that's so hit or miss. Motion carries 4-0. Oh, we have one more, don't we? Fencing installation and repair services. Mr. Vice, your turn.
It's me again. I also would like to rain on Mr. Seth's parade because he wasn't the first bid opening. The fence was on October 6th.
Really?
So I just want that clear on the
Pretty
record. I'm sorry, he was so excited, and we took it from him. But it is what it is. We did open bids for this on October 6th.
Awesome.
It was a much smaller project in scope, so it was easier for us to get done faster. So I'm very sorry for raining on his parade, but we did open these on October 6th. So this was the first bid that was opened under the new charter officially. In September, we did put this out. This is to repair the fencing that was damaged by the tornado primarily. We will utilize this contract if awarded to do other fence services around the community as needed. But the primary driver of this is to do repairs to fencing that was hit by the tornado. We did this at 7 locations: the airport, the police shooting range, Public Works, the Expo Center, some rental property for the airport, the white vinyl fencing along I-40 that has been a very popular topic, and then we do have a package for just kind of miscellaneous services such as gates and stuff like that. We received 2 bids. The low bid was $298,899.50. The high bid was $308,676. That is for all packages combined. Staff recommends awarding the full contract, including all the packages, to Deep South Fencing, who submitted the low bid. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? I don't see any. How about a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty, we have a motion and a second for approval of 20D. We will call the question. Motion passes 4-0. I think that'll be a popular thing. Item 21, consideration of a task order in accordance with the agreement between the City of Shawnee and Freese and Nichols, FNI, for owners representative inspection services for Independence Water Line, C-23-02, Thompson Heights Water Line, C-23-05, and Sewer Line Bursting, C-23-08 projects. Mr. Barkheimer, your turn again.
Yes, sir. One more time. So as you just read, and I know the other commissioners are aware, we have several ARPA utility projects all go into construction at approximately the same time. As we've done pretty regularly here of late, we're requesting owner representative services for these capital projects. This task order is for owner's rep, inspection, and resident engineering services on Independence, Thompson Heights, and the sewer bursting projects. Task orders for $162,842 and will be funded as part of our ARPA allocation through the CIP. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Not seeing any. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 21. We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Item 22 is acknowledged monthly sales tax report. Lindsay, you're up again.
Yes, sir. All right, so the sales tax for October totaled $2,583,507, which includes $2,873 in interest. This is distributed across 8 funds. The receipts in October are for estimated September sales and final sales numbers in August. October collections are a 16% increase over October of last year. However, with the addition of the half-cent sales tax that was passed in April, the actual year-over-year increase is 1.6%. When comparing collections to budget projections for October, we're 6.3% above projections for the month and 8.8% above collections year-to-date. Use tax for October totaled $331,572, which is a 16% increase from October of last year. And again, with the addition of the half-cent sales tax, the actual year-over-year increase is again 1.6. When you combine use and sales and use tax in the general fund is currently $657,000 above budget projections. New in the report this month is a comparison of sales tax collections by month for the calendar year. This comparison includes cities of Durant, Yukon, Ardmore, Muskogee, Bartlesville, Stillwater, and Enid. These cities were selected with 3 factors in mind: population, city tax rate, and the state ranking in overall collections. And so up on the screen, you see the chart that I included in the report this month. Shawnee is the gold color with a dashed line. In the month of May, you can see the effect of the tornado, where the cities in that same kind of grouping went up, and we stayed flat from April to May. But then in July, you can see where we exceeded those 3 other cities. Then October, you can see that our gold line is somewhat flat from September, with our growth of only 0.5%, with other cities in our area growing at an average of 3 to 4%. And this additional chart was added at the request of Commissioner Seahorn's question.
Yep.
So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
What happened in Stillwater in October?
Well, we know what goes on in Stillwater in August, September, so.
Man.
Yes.
I mean, they lost 2 home games, so that might be drinking away their sorrows.
Yeah. That's interesting information.
So I did find it interesting, the fact that, in January, February, March, April, we are, below that kind of grouping that we're in. And then in July, we're exceeding those 3 cities. So we'll continue to watch and see how we fare. Well, that could be also to the extent of our half-cent sales tax increase. just thought of that. So this is total collection, so.
I know, if I may just add that, when we spoke with other cities that had been affected by tornadoes, they said that in the aftermath of the tornado, there was purchasing of repair materials and other supplies. And I think some of that may be flowing into July, because it would account for the estimated June as well as closeout of May purchases.
Yeah. Very good. Any questions? Appreciate all the information. That's really interesting. Okay, we are up to item 23, administrative reports. We have a presentation of quarterly half-cent sales tax report. So Lindsay, you didn't even get to move.
I know. I think they planned it that way, right? All right, so this is the presentation of our 2018 half-cent sales tax. I'll wait for, there we go. And just to give a little background, this election was passed, this new half-cent sales tax was passed in June 26, 2018. It added 0.5% to the existing sales tax. This is a temporary tax that expires in September of 2028. The revenue allocation for capital was for capital improvements. Public safety received 25% of the total. Streets and roads, another 25%, and parks and public facilities of 50%. Since inception of the special sales tax, we've collected $17.2 million in revenue through the October 23 collections, and we have invested $19.2 million in community projects. In fiscal year 23 was the highest spend of this fund, or this project, or the sales tax was $8.7 million. And year to date in fiscal 24, that's July through September, we've spent close to $1 million. Of that $1 million, some notable spend was for the Kid Space Park at $251,000, Woodland Veterans Park at $580,000, and Highland Street Sidewalk at $147,000. So as stated previously, the ordinance approved at the election allocated funds to specific projects. This is our public safety category, which is 25%. This table shows the original revenue projections for public safety at $7.5 million. And as you can see, I've added a new column for a new allocation that's based on the revenue growth over the initial projections. And every quarter, as revenues come in, that amount changes. The only change from last quarter to this quarter for this particular set of projects was for the Fire Station 3. We've received preliminary cost estimates for the remodel of Fire Station 3 from our architectural firm. They're working on a revised proposal now to stay within our budget constraints for that project. This next slide is for streets and roads. Again, this is 25% of the total collections. It also receives additional funding as revenues projections change. The update for this particular project is for our pavement and overlays project, which is our pressure pave. and that will begin advertisement later this month. This last slide for parks and public facilities, which received 50% of the revenue allocation. The updates for this is, of course, as everybody knows, the Kid Space Park is open and complete. There's a few things that we're finalizing with that. The Woodland Veterans Park is expected to be closed out in the next 30 days. For the sidewalks project, we had 4 projects under this sales tax, which was Independence Street, which is complete. Kickapoo Street is complete. Highland Street is nearing completion, and MacArthur Street is expected to be complete in early of '24. The next one is the Santa Fe Depot, and there was a presentation at the last commission meeting, but that project is projected to go out to bid at the end of this calendar year. Then the next one is for the auditorium and senior center. The CIP plan includes replacing the roof and installing a new gym and stage floor. For the library, the CIP plan includes 2 HVAC units, a remodel to the restroom, and replacing the roof. And that's all I have. Any questions on any of those projects or funding or?
Anybody got questions? Guess not. I appreciate the update.
Thank you.
Very good information. And now we are to B, city financial information. So, Andrea, it is your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, at the most recent City Commission meeting, a resident requested financial information from the Board of Commissioners. Please note that the city has provided some paper copies to our citizen who had requested such information. And in addition to that, I wanted to point out that for full financial transparency, city staff also created the short administrative report, which will assist citizens in their efforts to find this information. And I may go down in history as the shortest admin report ever, because to access the city financial information, city staff has simplified how that can be done from either a home computer, a laptop, or a smartphone. We just simply ask folks to navigate to the shawneeok.org site, and there on the city's landing page, you will see in the blue welcome box 4 little rectangles, and one of those now says City Financial Information. As soon as that rectangle is clicked, it will take the resident to the Finance Department's site, and there from the department web page, our 2024-2028 CIP is available. There is a direct link to both the report as well as the map-enabled portal. The city budgets, of course, starting with the most recent 2023-2024 budget all the way back to 2005 and 6. And then in addition to that, we have financial performance presentations called the Performators. And of course, our annual comprehensive financial reports with the auditor's reports embedded. So, shortest admin report I think we've ever had.
Very good. Questions? No, that's very, very helpful. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have on an animal welfare. Chief, man, you've been up here a lot tonight.
How are you? She did the shortest one, and now for the no, it's not that. Okay. So I know there's been a lot of questions concerning animal welfare in our animal shelter. So I wanted to get some good solid information about what's going on over at the animal shelter out here to you guys and the public. We are first going to talk about phone numbers, which is very important because, of course, 911 is always the phone number if it's an emergency. So call 911 even on animal emergencies if somebody's being attacked or something like that. We want to call the 273-2121 to report any non-emergency calls. And the reason we say this, we want them going to the police department so we can keep record of these calls and not just going out to the shelter where they don't have the ability to record the calls coming in. And then, of course, the shelter phone number is the 878-1531, and you can call out there if you're looking for a lost pet or you're looking to adopt or anything like that. So we have 18 dog runs in the main building at the shelter right now. We have 10 cat cages. We have another building with 8 dog kennels for overflow. The overflow area is reserved for emergency animals on vicious calls, dog bites, and court-ordered animals. The animal welfare officers cannot overcrowd the shelter with strays, which is one of our issues right now, of course, when people are calling about strays. They must keep space available for emergency calls. They can track down the owner and enforce the leash laws. All animals must be on a leash when not confined to their residence space. An owner can be cited for allowing their animal to run at large. We are a no-kill shelter. We rely on rescues, adoptions, and reclaims to move the animals out of the shelter for more space. A lot of talk about vicious animals. Under statute and ordinance, animals are deemed vicious when an officer of the law views vicious behavior or the animal commits an unprovoked attack on a person or animal. We understand that some animals look mean and can scare people, but they may not meet the vicious statute or ordinance. The animal welfare officers can do their best to find the owners and cite for other offenses. How many is too many? This question comes up. Simple answer when we're talking about dogs is only 2 dogs over the age of 4 months if they are unaltered. You can have 3 dogs over the age of 4 months if they are altered. You can keep, of course, the new mother dog with her pups together until the pups are at least 4 months old. And then again, continued, how many is too many? And the answer for the cats is pretty close to the same. You can have 3 cats over the age of 4 months if they are altered. You can have 6 cats over the age of 4 months if they are altered. Did I say that right? Oh.
I think the first one was.
First one is unaltered, I'm sorry. Typo. Imagine that. Okay. So you can have 3 cats over the age of 4 months if they are unaltered. You can have 6 cats over the age of 4 months if they are altered. And of course, just like the dog, the mama cat and her kittens can remain together until the kittens are 4 months old. Talk about some of the improvements we've got going right now. We have this year hired an extra animal welfare officer. The extra officer will allow for more patrols and visibility in the evenings and on weekends that we haven't been able to offer with our current staff. The new shelter project is still on track. It is a process, and we want to make sure we plan for the future of our city. The new shelter will increase space by 200%. We will roll out online reporting for animal calls soon, as we talked about the pet data. It will be part of our online police reports that is available now too. Citizens will be able to purchase their pet license again on the pet data. Actually, the online reporting, we're incorporating that with our police reports. So we're actually contacting the current company that does our police reports online and get them to set it up where we can allow for dog bites or cruelty being reported or something like that, where they can do that online. And again, thank you, and please spay or neuter your pets, and that's what we all look like at the end of the day, right?
There you go.
You have any questions? I'll be glad to answer.
Questions for Chief?
We heard a lot of comments on it. And we're looking at the tax. Do we know how our capacity compares to cities like? I'm not asking you for a report on it.
Well, which cities are you, I mean?
Well, comparable cities. I mean, we're looking at that across the tax
I mean,
base.
we're probably one of the smallest shelters in the state, honestly, right now.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it, because I know I've been to Yukon's and it's a whole lot bigger than ours.
Right.
Which I think we're kind of the same size.
I mean, you probably a small shelter would average about 50 kennels, and we're well below that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank
Lauren,
you.
you got any questions? Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All righty, we are now to the state of the city. Andrea, all yours again.
Thank you so much. I cannot make any promises on short administrative reports this time, but I would like to provide a year of city accomplishments and challenges in review. For the past 2 years, it has been my pleasure to work as your city manager, and this evening I bring to you the second State of the City of Shawnee presentation. It will showcase what our community has accomplished and what we will focus on next. Shawnee was first home to Native Americans, and before even the American Civil War, many more settlers started arriving. Our city flourished at the crossroad of fort routes, cattle trails, and railroads, and it really helped propel Shawnee to become a flourishing town around the turn of the century. The city of Shawnee was incorporated 129 years ago, well ahead of Oklahoma statehood. And 14 years later, Shawnee adopted its first city charter. For the past 93 years, the city has operated under a commission-manager form of government. The city commission consists of 7 members, including the mayor. The mayor is elected by all citizens of Shawnee, and with the recent approval of the city's charter amendments, the individual commissioners will now be selected by the citizens of the ward they represent. It is important to note that the mayor and the city commissioners serve staggered 4-year terms to support continuity in government. The mayor and commissioners serve their community as volunteers. Under the commission-manager form of government, policies and ordinances are set by the city commission. In collaboration with various city departments, the day-to-day operation is then overseen by the city manager, who is appointed by the city commission. Essential services to our residents are provided by 15 city departments, and the size of the departments varies greatly from 1 department to 95 employees, creating a collective of around 300 full-time staff. Since the previous state of the city address a year ago, Shawnee has continued to grow. We have set in motion additional projects and processes to build our community's vibrancy and support our citizens' quality of life. And yet we do recognize that there are still challenges ahead, but we know that in Shawnee, great things on the horizon are happening now. Last year's State of the City presentation called out 8 priority areas for calendar year 2023. Projects and efforts contained within these 8 areas have either been completed this year, they are underway and will take just a little longer to finish, or they are marked as ongoing and may likely continue even beyond next year. I will be stepping through each one of those 8 priority areas, with the City of Shawnee's strategic plan development being the first and foremost. Our last strategic plan was finalized in 2017, and in preparation for a complete revision of that plan, the city deployed and launched a representative citywide community survey in late February and March of this year. The survey results were used to inform the strategic visioning session that occurred in mid-April,
And during this full-day, third-party facilitated session, the City Commission was supported by staff who provided technical support and answered questions on practices, procedures, capacity, capabilities, and more. Based on the citizens' input on most pressing issues and needs, the City Commission collaboratively selected 6 prioritized focus areas for the city's new strategic plan. Following a city internal review, the goals were shared with the public in June. Since then, staff has been working on the formulation of draft objectives, which will be rolled out to our citizens for their review and comment during public meetings planned for November and December. As a local government, the City of Shawnee was already using various channels, including the city's website, social media, and public meetings to keep residents informed. This past year, the City of Shawnee has placed an increasing emphasis on sharing that data and engaging with our citizens. In support of this effort, the city has made public an increasing number of special reports on key topics. Furthermore, to increase direct engagement, city staff has also regularly participated in partner-led and citizen-led events and meetings. Providing an opportunity for citizens to raise concerns and share valuable information, the City of Shawnee has instituted 2 online portals that can be accessed 24/7. The Citizen Request Portal offers residents a way to instantly report infrastructure concerns or code enforcement issues, whereas the Police Department's portal can be used to file reports related to property damage, lost property, harassment, theft, and other non-emergency cases. And it was good to hear that that will be expanded. The City of Shawnee also employs a digital asset management system called CityWorks. And this system assists staff in efficiently tracking condition, performance, and life cycle costs of physical city assets. It supports effective and focused maintenance efforts as well. Furthermore, the system aids in the monitoring of work hours, inventories, equipment, and it will continue to improve our ability to work smart, plan for timely replacement, and ensure the city saves money by buying the right materials in the right amount at the right time. CityWorks is also integrated into the map-supported online citizen request portal I previously spoke of. When citizens report an issue, the system tracks responses and repairs, offering yet another avenue for accountability. With a solid assessment management system, asset management system now in place, the city also developed a multi-year capital improvement plan to ensure that all capital needs are identified, funding from various sources is made available, and projects are approved and implemented in a timely fashion. The information contained in the city's CIP can be accessed in 2 different ways, either through the map-enabled dashboard, where you can search for project by type, by location, by year, department, or even by key phrase. Alternatively, the CIP document offers a listing of all approved projects by fund and year. There, the relationship between fund type and project type is easy to discern, as so many of the city's funds may only be used for certain improvements. Fiscal sustainability and community resilience are directly connected, and if nothing else, this current year was definite proof of that. When the City Commission implemented budgeting and financial planning policies in early 2020, it was done, first of all, to ensure sustainable operations, and secondly, to create a minimum threshold for operating reserves and contingency funding. At that time, we did not know that the city would have to tap into some of those reserves when disaster struck our community. Starting with the 2022-2023 budget, the city built these reserves from prior year funding balance that was not expended. The reserve was therefore available for immediate debris removal after the April tornado without impacting operating budgets. As the city is working towards replenishing these reserves and contingency funds, city staff began and continues to examine internal processes and procedures to identify what we can do different related to employees, policies, and capital assets to be more effective and efficient. This has, for example, led to minor restructuring within departments, cooperative purchasing agreements that extend the city's purchasing power, select purchases of equipment that the city would otherwise rent, and more. In light of the largely unknown impact the tornado would have on the city's sales tax, all of these efforts were desperately needed. In addition to that, we were extremely careful putting together the 2023-2024 budget. You may have heard me say multiple times probably that we actually reworked that budget twice over after it was initially rolled out to you 2 days ahead of the tornado. Ultimately, what we did, we ended up with a general fund budget that was conservatively estimated and only with 0.6% higher revenues than the year prior, simply because we did not know of the long-term impact on our sales tax revenue. Conversely, the approved expenditures for the city's core functionality, and that does not include Shawnee Airport Authority or the Shawnee Municipal Authority, because they do have their own funds, it increased by 7.7% over last year. So lower revenues, higher expenditures, but we stayed within our given policy limits for reserves. Being faced with higher expenditures than anticipated revenues, the city maintained all scheduled merit step increases for its employees, but the city was not in a position to include cost of living adjustments for staff in the current budget. As a matter of good fiscal housekeeping, the city will also continue its review of existing agreements and contracts to ensure that the expected benefits and services are provided fairly and are also fairly compensated. In doing so, city staff has identified several areas where on-call contracts for recurring service needs may be of significant benefit, and as applicable, staff is working towards the implementation of such contracts. And you may recall the fencing contract that you awarded this evening, that is actually an on-call contract, so we can take advantage of that even after the tornado damage has been repaired. In regard to homelessness, which took up a large part of this evening's meeting, the city is facilitating with over 40 local service providers and just under 20 churches for the Homeless Roundtable. City staff has continued to facilitate these roundtable meetings to develop homeless diversion, mitigation, and support programs we desperately need. Homelessness is a persistent, difficult, and very complex issue that Shawnee and many other cities in Oklahoma and across the nation are grappling with. And in the past year, several related efforts have come to fruition because of our homeless program. Among these efforts is the formulation of the formation of the Native Homeless Alliance. From previous presentations, you may remember that Native Americans are overrepresented among the homeless population by a factor of 2. And within this alliance, all tribes located in Shawnee are coordinating efforts to assist their tribal members. Another action step completed this year was the city's application to stand up a city-specific continuum of care, also referred to as COC. And this COC would be a partner-driven, comprehensive, community-wide initiative. Sounds much like our round table without the official label. It is aimed at addressing homelessness, and as a fully established COC, we could also receive funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is currently only available through one-off grants. The city has the fortuity to be awarded. We were so fortuitous in 2021, but not 2022, and also not this year. 2023 was also the first full year for Shawnee's Police Department's Crisis Intervention Team program. The CIT program partners law enforcement and mental health professionals while on patrol. The program includes focused training for our officers and additional city staff to be able to de-escalate and better handle mental health emergencies effectively. I got trigger happy. I wasn't there yet. To date, the city's homeless program coordinator has worked on 507 different case files and assisted 434 individuals exit the city's homeless program. In some cases, they were received by other homeless programs. In some cases, they were sent to, or they were offered a rehabilitation spot program. But in either case, our homeless program coordinator has already worked on 507 cases and directly assisted these 434 individuals. And at the same time, the visibility of homelessness increased, particularly in downtown, largely due to the loss of several vacant buildings that had been illegally occupied. So we're reducing the number at the same time, and visibility has increased. As city staff considers and implements next steps aimed at reducing homelessness within our community, we will continue to meet with impacted businesses, downtown property owners, and other interested parties to discuss needs, as well as the legal framework within which the city has to work. The Unified Development Code is a complete overhaul of the city's existing development regulations, some of which date back to 1990. The UDC, that is the short acronym for Unified Development Code, it is designed to establish quality standards for residential and commercial developments, promoting safer and more aesthetically pleasing neighborhoods and districts while ensuring consistent requirements across city codes, zoning regulations, subdivision development standards, engineering design standards, and other development-related rules. We had been living of a hodgepodge of all of these different development regulations, some of which were in direct conflict with one another, and so having a unified development code will make it easier for residents, for developers, and also for city staff to understand what is permitted, and it will benefit the permitting process and get construction projects underway faster. At this time, select components of the City of Shawnee UDC have progressed to the draft stage, while other components are still being finalized. In concert with the city's consulting team, city staff anticipates having a full working draft of the UDC by December or January, December 2023 or January 2024. So we are nearing the end of the drafting stage. After that, additional opportunities for public review and comment will be offered in spring 2024 before the final UDC proposal makes it back to the City Commission for approval. And we were also working on the Shawnee Twin Lakes Master Plan. Our lakes are an essential community resource, serving both as the community's principal municipal water source and as a recreation amenity. And based on early 2022 recommendations rendered by the Lake Advisory Committee, the master planning process was initiated by the City Commission to include a community analysis to understand long-standing issues and perceptions, the creation of a vision to serve as a framework for this plan, the market assessment of outdoor recreation-based tourism, a fiscal assessment in support of potential growth scenarios, a detailed evaluation of 3 growth scenarios, and the future land use plan associated with the consensus scenario. In addition to that, the identification of strategies to implement this master plan over time. And while the master planning effort moved through these development steps, promoting sustainable growth and enhanced service delivery, it remained first and foremost focused on the protection of our water source, and secondly, the enhancement of our recreation asset. It is important to note that the final Shawnee Twin Lakes Master Plan Advisory Committee took place on Thursday, just as this agenda was being prepared and sent. The final Shawnee Twin Lakes Master Plan document is anticipated for presentation to the City Commission at the next meeting, at the November meeting. Also completed, or almost complete this year, is our infill palette. As Shawnee's housing stock aged over time, some older residences and other buildings have been removed from Shawnee's neighborhoods and districts, leaving behind some vacant lots, often of a smaller size. To spur redevelopment of these neighborhood lots, city staff has been working with an architecture firm over the course of the last year to design permit-ready house plans that are fully code compliant with the international building, the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing, and fire codes as they exist today. Individual property owners and developers interested in reactivating these vacant lots will be able to take advantage of complete house plans. At this time, staff is reviewing the final draft documents, and it is anticipated that the complete plan sets will be available in December. It is also very important to note that electronic copies of the plan sets will be free of charge to those who are interested. That was the sole purpose of having those ready to go code compliant plans. Now, those were the 8 official areas of emphasis for 2023, and then we had a few more. And let me step right through those as well. Our charter amendments. In June of this year, Shawnee residents went to the polls to vote on important changes to our city charter. It had been a number of years before that was last done. You may remember from all of the education and outreach material that a municipal charter is our foundational document. It defines who we are, how we function, what powers we have, and what essential procedures are in place for the city government, comparable to a constitution, both for the states or the state of Oklahoma. Per request from Shawnee citizens as well as city commissioners, the consideration of voting by ward and its associated ward-specific representation was included as the first proposition in the list of 7. On June 13, this ward-specific voting was supported by a majority of voters. Proposition 3 updated the timing of the swearing in of city commission members. Proposition 6 eliminated the Twin Lakes regulations, which had become redundant with the adoption of related city codes, and the remaining propositions passed by our voters included city alignment with state and federal laws related to competitive bidding, qualifications for city employees, conflict of interest policies, and cemetery perpetual care funding. More great news. The city's new water treatment plant is completed and now in operation. We did this quietly, moving operations from one old plant to a new plant to make sure that everything is working before we announce this to the public. And yes, originally sent out for bid in April 2021, construction on this particular infrastructure project started in August of the same year, and drinking water production is now in full swing. The most important aspects of the new water treatment plant are the increased capacity, all the way to 10 million gallons per day, which exceeds 2060 population projections for the city. The addition of a polymer additive clarification pack, short, system, which significantly reduces taste and odor issues that we did have with our previous plant. And we also have a new superpulsator process that relieves stress on the distribution system and reduces operating costs by utilizing less chemicals and providing higher quality water. So this is an all-around win for the city. And the construction of the city's new wastewater treatment plant is also in full swing. Originally sent out for bid in July of 2022, construction started in October of the same year, and the project completion is anticipated for spring 2026. This is a much bigger project than our water treatment plant. The most important aspects of this new plant will be the elimination of the 71-year-old south side location and the use of that location to serve as a lift station, the utilization of a new sequencing batch reactor process at the north side location, which is built to accommodate future expansions in line with Shawnee growth, the complete overhaul of plant controls to a SCADA system which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, allowing us remote access and control and monitoring over that facility. And then also the reduction of discharge points from 2, one at the south and north side, to just 1 at the north side. And you may remember that this is an expensive infrastructure project. The city was fortunate, very fortunate, in securing a low-interest loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board just ahead of the steep increase in interest rates. I am grateful that it was approved when it was. Having been the subject of 2015 inventory, 2017 master planning effort, and then a 2018 half-cent sales tax passed by the Shawnee voters, our community now has 2 completely renewed major parks. Kidspace Park was officially reopened with a community celebration on June 23 of this year, and park visitors of all ages can enjoy the 7.6-acre park, which showcases a multitude of playground equipment and seating and is surrounded by an ADA accessible trail. Woodland Veterans Park will be officially reopening on October 28, and we would like to invite the community to come out and celebrate with us. As you know, 23 was not all good news. We've had a busy year, and we also had our challenges. On April 19, 2023, Shawnee was struck by an EF2 tornado that ultimately trailed on the ground for 15.5 miles and was in parts 2,300 yards wide. It destroyed homes. It significantly damaged our high school. It wreaked havoc on many institutions and also on our business community. North Kickapoo Avenue, one of the city's main commercial corridors, took a direct hit, resulting in approximately 30% of Shawnee businesses being impacted. I'm glad to report that most of the affected businesses have since reopened. In the immediate aftermath of the storm, Shawnee received help from our neighbors and from all across Oklahoma. The incident command post was set up by City of Shawnee Emergency Management, Pottawatomie County Emergency Management, and it was supported by Shawnee Fire, Shawnee Police, Shawnee Public Works, Shawnee Engineering, as well as several tribes, multiple mutual aid cities, ODOT, OHP, Oklahoma Emergency Management, the Red Cross, and so many more. Our community was very fortunate in the fact that we did not have any serious injuries and 0 fatalities. Debris removal was started immediately, first by Public Works and neighbors helping neighbors, and then by city-hired debris removal contractors. The debris removal bill is immense. A full assessment of the city's damage, and that was a frequent question in the weeks following the tornado. It actually took us many weeks to really assess the damage. At this time, it is estimated to total about $18 million. The city has used its reserve funds for immediate tornado recovery needs. I am glad it was there. And to date, no state or federal funds have been received because reimbursement always takes a little longer than we would like. One other major challenge that we encountered this year is related to our Lake One Dam. The Shawnee Twin Lakes are two municipally owned reservoirs encompassing Lake 1 to the south and Lake 2 to the north. The city of Shawnee constructed these lakes primarily for water supply and flood control, and they also serve as a recreational purpose. The dams for the Shawnee Twin Lakes are earthen structures connected through an equalization channel. They share a concrete spillway, and both dam crests have a roadway. The Lake Number 1 dam was originally built in 1935, almost 90 years ago, and it received some small revisions in conjunction with the subsequent construction of the Lake 2 dam in 1960. Every year, these dams are inspected and evaluated by city staff and also an independent third party, the resulting inspection reports are then submitted to the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. Since 2018, the Lake Number 1 dam has received gradually worsening ratings, first fair, then poor, whereas Lake 2 remains at fair. A geotechnical investigation has uncovered structural anomalies along a portion of the dam for the Shawnee Twin Lake Number 1, and these findings prompted the expansion of the scope of the field investigations to fully understand what the inside of the remaining portion of the earthen structure looks like. The immediate next steps to address potential issues are the continued collaboration with our neighboring entities, because floodplain affects other entities much, much more than city proper. We are coordinating with the entities, their leaders and staff to make sure that the emergency action plan for the dam is fully understood. And city staff will also be working with subject matter expert engineering firm to develop a detailed design for a potential repair and rehabilitation project. So 2023 was extremely busy, very busy. The question is now, what great plans do we have in store for 2024? What challenges do we have to be aware of? And what assets can we use in order to be able to overcome those? And without further ado, let me jump right in. Our greatest challenges for this upcoming year are, of course, the replenishment of our funding reserves. We did have to tap into our reserves because there was a need for the immediate tornado recovery. Debris removal, but also some of the other things that were done in the immediate aftermath to make sure that the city can continue to function and operate. These reserves really support citywide resiliency during future unforeseen events, so we do not want to let this fiscal year pass without working on those reserves, because the next ice storm, not to paint a grim picture, but the next ice storm, the next windstorm, the next tornado, hopefully not, can happen at any point in time. The city will also continue to search for better ways to engage more deeply with our citizens. We hear their frustration when they say, we come up to the podium, we share our concerns, and the city commission doesn't answer us. We have to find better ways. I know that we work within a legal framework where this back and forth with the city commission is not permissible, but I am certain we can find a way to better address and engage our citizens. And last but not least, it is essential that the city, property owners, and development community continue to collaborate on ways to increase our pool of housing and the diversity of housing options. Similar to the plan set that we just almost completed. We all need to work together to also tackle this very complex issue of homelessness. Those are truly our biggest challenges as we move into the next year. In terms of assets, we have some fantastic assets in hand. The city sees as its mission the provision of high-quality services to support and build a vibrant community together. That shapes up to be our new mission statement. So what is currently still on the wall was designed in 2017. We are looking to a new mission statement. This revised mission statement was born of the direct and quantifiable feedback that we received through the community survey that was completed by our residents. And based on these survey results, Shawnee citizens specifically requested that the city also focus its efforts and resources on homelessness, streets and sidewalks, traffic congestion, water and sewer systems, code enforcement, crime prevention, parks, walking and biking opportunities, downtown revitalization, and the preparation of the city for long-term growth. These are our marching orders for next year. To accomplish these things, the city will use its talented, engaged, and highly competent management team, many of whom have spoken to you this evening, and also our great employees, without whose assistance we could not do this job. Conversely, the staff team is supported by our dedicated city commission. Thank you to all of you. And just as our commission sets vital policy and staff implements important initiatives, the city and our community as a whole, we are also supported by a very strong network of community partners. And we join our efforts with them for the benefit of all. We have many priorities that we will be working on this coming year. Tornado recovery being a top of mind, as this will continue and stay with us for several more years. You may remember from an earlier slide that the city's damages are estimated to be 18 million. And you may also remember that this evening you approved a budget amendment to accept insurance proceeds related to the tornado. These two amounts do not match. Similar to many homeowners and property owners throughout Shawnee, the city's insurance proceeds will not be enough to cover the cost of damages, in large part due to depreciated asset values. With that said, we are in a very fortunate situation that the damages the city experienced are eligible for Federal Emergency Management Agency for FEMA assistance, and staff has been in constant contact with representatives of both the Oklahoma Department of Emergency Management and FEMA to ensure that damage assessments, requests for professional services, and construction bids are fully compliant with these stringent federal requirements. This extra layer of compliance requires additional staff time and efforts, but it also ensures that all city-initiated recovery activities remain reimbursable. It is important to note that, again, to date, no state or federal funds have been received, and we know from experience that most reimbursements will be out by several years. So long as all activities remain compliant for tornado-related repair and reconstruction reimbursement, 75% of those reimbursements are expected to come from FEMA. We have received reimbursements within as short as 3 years. In other cases, it took 10 years, but we continue to work on this as expeditiously as we can. 12.5% can be reimbursed through the Oklahoma Department of Emergency Management, and the remaining 12.5% will stay as a responsibility of the city. Our airport is a key asset to the city's economic growth. It supports commerce, it supports tourism, it supports medical and military services, and it also provides education and training for the number 2 industry in the state. The impacts of the tornado on the majority of the airport authority's properties increases the urgency to develop a comprehensive development and redevelopment plan for our airport. And that is exactly what we will be doing this year, supported by an Oklahoma Aeronautics Commission grant. This study will be underway soon. Infrastructure, we have, in addition to the water treatment plant that was just finished, we also have other very important city improvements that will be accomplished. The pressure paved roadway repair project was introduced to the Board of Commissioners and to the public during the July 2023 City Commission meeting. And this pressure paving process is unique. It includes pressurized injection for crack repair, application of water-resistant membrane, and subsequent sealing of the driving surface. And lo and behold, all of that can be done in a fraction of the regular time that an overlay project takes. According to the proprietor of this technology, the surface is supposed to be drivable within 30 minutes. So we're not looking at a month-long closures of roadways. This project will allow the city to measurably improve the pavement on more than 19 lane miles of deficient roadways. That is a huge undertaking. Work will also continue on our ARPA-funded water and sewer line replacement projects, 2 of which were just awarded this evening. Most of the city's ARPA funding has to be committed to specific projects by August 2024 because we've received those through the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. Construction altogether has to be completed by December 2026. So there will be many more projects coming your way. And of course, the construction of the city's new wastewater treatment plant will continue throughout 2024 and thereafter. For our 2018 Hass and Sales Tax, a program of projects, you've heard our city's finance director earlier give a quarterly update on the progress that has been made. And I can tell you for this coming year, there are 3 projects that will receive additional attention. The first of those being the Fire Station 3 remodel, and then the Santa Fe Depot exterior restoration, and also the auditorium roof repair. All of those are next in line for implementation. Over the coming weeks and months, you will see related contracts and bid documents come to the City Commission for your approval, and city staff will continue to provide quarterly updates on progress made. And pending the detailed findings of the expanded geotechnical investigation of the entirety of the Lake No. 1 dam, the city will continue its close collaboration with both the Oklahoma Water Resources Board and also the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on any proactive precautionary measures that should be taken, including potential lake level management. The city will be actively working on grant applications to assist with the cost of the design for the repair project, and we will also research potential funding sources and additional grant opportunities to assist with the cost of the repair and rehabilitation project. The exact cost is not yet known until the project has been designed and is ultimately bid for construction. Just to provide you some information related to the order of magnitude, when Lake No. 1 dam was built in 1935, it was done so for a cost of $864,000. $1 in 1935 will now cost no less than $2,250. Will now have the purchasing power of $22.50. So that order of magnitude in more than 22 times, I'm certain that we will encounter that too in the cost of the repair project, if not more. I understand that that was a lot of information. Again, this has been a very busy year, but being able to have a recap of all of the things that have happened throughout 2023 and a forward look into 2024 seemed like a good thing to do. So definitely not the shortest admin report.
That's okay. It was a very good report. You guys got questions or comments? Lot to digest there. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We're up to item 24, new business.
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 25 is commissioner comments. Dan, you want to start on your end?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I apologize. You've all had to endure my bout with bronchitis, but wanted us to be able to have a meeting in a quorum, so here we are. so to be brief, lots of stuff that required multiple points of view and all of us working together to come to a solution that's best for the community. And I think in a lot of areas we did that, and look forward to doing that going forward. So lots of challenges, lots of good things ahead. So thanks for everyone for their input and opinions and involvement.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'll be brief as well. A lot of my comments I said during the meeting as we were going through the agenda items. I appreciate the collaborative efforts of staff with consideration of what the community brings to us with their concerns, and I know that government moves at a very slow pace, but I believe that the staff is doing their best to find solutions that benefit the whole of the community. We heard from a lot of people that really care about the citizens of the community, from business owners to the homeless, and I appreciate all of those viewpoints and the people that sit here until 10 o'clock at night. It just shows how many caring people are actually in our community. And though we don't always have the same ways of getting to an end point, I think that our goals are aligned in wanting what's best for the community. So I think tonight in Andrea's presentation, I was reminded of how many, actual big projects the staff, the commission has accomplished with the city's guidance over the past couple years, and I'm proud to be a part of that. And just looking forward, hoping that as we make these ordinances that make certain things harder on some people, make it a little bit easier to enforce things for the officers, at the same time making it easier on the business owners. We're balancing that out by the efforts that we're making to serve that community with community partners, so that we are doing our best to make sure that we're not turning a blind eye, but we're trying to collectively come up with the best solutions for the good of the whole of the town. And that is very difficult and multifaceted. So we'll continue to do that as we move forward. And I wanted to just say thank you to Ann Davis's family for joining us. I was very inspired by all of her contributions. I appreciated them being here tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. Your turn.
Yeah, mine are pretty short. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what Cammie said a little bit, in saying that I was appreciative of the people who came out and spoke tonight during public participation. There was a lot to consider, and I want to also thank the staff with the labor that went into this agenda item, or this agenda as a whole, in each item, and the admin reports too, because short or long, those have a lot of thought that go into them, and data, research, and I really appreciate that they get put up on the city website later for me to look at later on, or for anybody in the public to look at too. Makes it easier for me to be able to direct someone to that specific area of the city website, when I can say roughly what it was, or what day or what month it happened, and then they can go in timestamped on the YouTube video and watch without having to search through the video itself. So I appreciate that, because there's, I think your slide had said 32 special reports to that effect. So that's 32 points of information that are right on the landing page within a link's click away. So I appreciate that very much. And then that's pretty much it.
Very good. I'm going to stay short too, because we've been here a long time and you guys have covered a lot of ground. Appreciate everyone coming out to talk tonight and express your opinions. You can tell that was important to us, because we extended time twice so that people would have that opportunity, and that is important to us. But there's lots of different ways that you can get in touch with us, and so that's really the best way, because then we don't have a time limit. It's just set a time to talk with us, and let's do that. So anyway, I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. I appreciate staff's work on putting together everything for the meeting. Those reports were really good, and I think very responsive to questions that folks have been been asking, and the state of the city, boy, man, oh man, there's a lot there. It has been a busy, busy year, and I'm sure next year is going to be also. So, but that's good. I mean, that means stuff is getting done. And you know, we all want the same thing. We all want this city to be the best city that we can make it. And if we all work together and talk, I think we have a better chance of making that happen. So tonight we get to change things up a little bit. So we are going to recess city commission meeting by the power of the chair to convene the Shawnee Airport Authority and the Shawnee Municipal Authority. So we will go find this in here. Airport Authority, I think is our next one, isn't it? There we go.
Lisa, do we leave the meeting technically?
I'm
on
sorry?
here? Do we?
Oh. Yeah, you'll need to back out and leave that meeting
Okay,
and then go to the Airport Authority.
okay.
We're gonna do that a couple more times. Let's say we're gonna get through that a couple more times. Everybody in?
I don't
Wait
know
for
what
Lisa to give me the high sign here.
I done it wrong. Yeah. Can I click on that? Can I click on that? See, that's why I asked that question, because. Mm-mm. Just minutes.
Yeah, these will be
Yeah.
quick and easy. All righty, I don't want to jump out ahead of you. We good? As good as we're gonna be? There we, okay. So item 1, consider approval of the consent agenda for the Airport Authority.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Daniel and Cammie, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 1. We will call the question.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Item 2 is new business.
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. We are adjourned, and we'll move on to the Municipal Authority. Item 1 is consider approval of the consent agenda. Oh, I better. I know, we're going to get through that. There we go. You should have me in. Did everybody get in okay? Not you.
No, but I'm the verbal.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Item 1, consider approval of consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir. Daniel and Cammie. And we'll call the question.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Item 2 is new business.
No new business.
Thank you, ma'am. We are adjourned, and we're going to return and reconvene city commission meeting at item 26. And we'll consider an executive session to discuss annual evaluation of the city manager pursuant to 25 OS 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual salary, public officer, or employee.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we go to executive session.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel and Cammie. So we have a motion and a second to recess and go into executive session. We will call the question. And I've got to get back into, you want to just do that verbally? Yes. and I bet, like you said, it'll probably go to sleep, so we may have to wake things up. All right, we'll be back. Oh, getting landlord. matter. There's only 6. Oh, there we go. We're on now. All righty. So we are back from executive session. So we will reconvene, and that gets us to item 27, consider matters discussed in executive session regarding discussion of annual evaluation of city manager pursuant to 25 OS 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual salaried public officer or employee. So discussion.
Mr. Mayor, out of consideration for and to have the full voice of the commission on this important item, I would move that we defer the annual evaluation of the city manager to our next meeting in November.
I will second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to defer the item to the next meeting in November. We will call the question. And it's motion passes 4-0, so we are now adjourned. Thank you everyone for coming tonight.